is Ole Jakob Sending. I am the Director of Research at NUPI. It's a true pleasure for us to welcome you all here to Oslo and to Nydalen. We have, under Cedric de Koning's leadership, been investing a lot in research on peacekeeping, peace building, police, security sector reform for a number of years. And this conference represents in many ways a culmination of that effort. And we are, in that context, extremely happy to see so many competent professionals in this area here today. We would, of course, also like to thank and to appreciate the fact that we are now the latest member in the Challenges Forum. We want to thank the team at Folke Bernadotte Academy for their involvement in organizing this event, and of course also the involvement of the Department of Peacekeeping Operations. They have put together a very strong program on a very important topic. So allow me, just by way of short introduction, to offer two brief reflections on the topic. First of all, I'd like to say that forums like this one is extremely important in pushing the cause, if you like, of international governance forward. As you know, when the UN started to do peacekeeping, there was nothing in the charter that stipulated it. Hammarskjöld was a giant, but he stood on the shoulders of giants. Those giants were international lawyers that had formed learned societies since the late 19th century to push for the cause of the international rule of law. Hammarskjöld used very skillfully the language of international law to carve out a role for the UN Secretariat in doing peace operations. Police components were part of the Congo operation in 1960 and in Cyprus in 1964, and from then on the importance of police components have only increased. But the importance of learned societies, and I define you in this regard as a learned society, is that in discussions like the ones that you will have over the next 2 days, new ideas are formed, international best practices can be identified. This is often picked up by the international secretariats, both at the UN and elsewhere, and codified and put into rules and guidelines for how to do specific tasks. Now, the fact that police is now becoming increasingly recognized as an important component of the efforts to do peacekeeping and peace building also reflect a broader issue, which is that the rule of law, which is at the bedrock of all these efforts to engage in conflict management, is a task that requires many different actors. So there are police components and there is the task of policing. And as every police officer would know, upholding the rule of law rests on a larger fabric of actors that engage in the same task because it cannot be done in isolation. And without the advancement of the rule of law as the bedrock of these efforts, it will not be sustainable. And the importance of the rule of law in this regard is so intimately linked to the police and policing components of peace operations. And for that, I think it is important to recognize the discussions that you will have over the 2 next days. And I wish you all the best in your efforts in that regard. Thank you.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, first I will just clarify one thing. Shouldn't we mention that if somebody wanted to tweet this modern thing that we were not very clear about, they should use the hashtag as police cap. That was the point that we were supposed to mention, wasn't it? Excellent,
Yes.
excellent.
Thank you.
Good, good. Well, so if you want to tweet, use hashtag police cap. So, my name is John Stamnes. I'm the Assistant National Police Commissioner here in Norway. It's truly an honor for me to address you at this event, and on behalf of the Norwegian police, welcome you all to Norway and to the Challenges Forum Research Seminar. We have several police officers in the audience, and we will do our utmost to keep you safe while in Norway. I will also use the opportunity to thank the Norwegian Institute for International Affairs, NUPI, and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs for organizing this event together with the Challenges Forum. It's an impressive agenda we have for today's business and for the days to come, and congratulations to you for organizing this. I also would like to congratulate NUPI for teaming up with the Challenges Forum. UN police peacekeeping has the past decade expanded dramatically, both in scale and in scope. It's been the fastest growing component within UN peacekeeping operation. The strategic guidance framework is being developed in response to this expansion and constant rise in demand for police personnel, as well as increasingly complex mandate and tasks for international police in peacekeeping operations. From my unpublished research, having the good fortune of visiting all the missions where we have Norwegian police officers deployed, I found that asking the upper management about common training manuals, that answer is always yes, we have. While asking the mid-management that, well, there is something somewhere, and then talking to the officer we have deployed or the co-located UNPOC, the answer is no. But after my first CTO, I brought something with me which I've used back home, or I was given something from a colleague back home which I brought with me to the mission. As a simple example, I've seen presentation given related to investigative interviewing, an investigative interviewing approach, and also to an interrogation approach within the same target group of students. And I think we all agree it must create frustration within the host nation and difficulties when the message is so different. Another example is the Canadian-Norwegian sexual gender-based violence project in Haiti. The project has two pillars: building appropriate reception localities for victims of sexual abuse, and train and educate more than 1,000 police officers in basic sexual abuse investigation. The project ends in October after fulfilling its project plan. The real success of the project is not the shelters or the training sessions, but the fact that the training course developed now has been implemented in the basic police education for all police officers in Haiti. As we end in October, looking forward to a continuation, my opinion is that the new SGBV project should have a broader perspective involving all stakeholders within the rule of law. And the question that rises are, if not Canada and Norway should continue, how will this curriculum, how will this project continue if it's not part of a bigger picture? Dear friends, there are a few groups internationally that brings together academic and practitioners who wishes to study and carry out research into important areas of police work. Strong interaction between academia and practitioners is the major benefit of the seminar starting today and are followed tomorrow within the strategic guidance framework. Hopefully, this will continue to contribute to shape and hone research to focus more directly on the real concerns for developing of peace, police forces and society. When preparing for this, a friend of mine said, well, you have to read this dialogue called Dialogue of the Deaf, which was developed by McDonald's in '86, where the academic states, why do the police insist that they know better when the researchers are the expert in knowledge construction, while the police replies, why do researchers write recipes when they can't even cook? A challenge, as seen from a non-academic perspective, is that most academics are writing for other academics, publishing in academic journals for an international academic audience. For the practitioner to be able to take part in the results, it's crucial that findings are made available for a broader audience. The results need to be introduced in pre-development training so the general police officer could make use of the tools that the researcher produce. My understanding is that the strategic guidance framework is an excellent tool for creating a platform or to bridge for a platform where both academic articles and reports and other articles from practitioners across the world could be merged to a common standard. In closing, I will urge each of us, to use the few days we are together here during the seminar and the conference to make contact with both academics and practitioners. We all share the same interest, and together we will have some promising days here in Oslo. It gives possibilities for discussion with colleagues in operational matters, in training and research projects. It gives you and your organization possibilities in international cooperation, such as the strong cooperation between the Challenges Forum, NUPI, UN and different police forces. The best of luck to all of us, and thank you for your attention.
Distinguished partners and colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Later today, the Undersecretary General for Peacekeeping, Hervila Sus, and the Special Representative of the Secretary General in South Sudan, Hilde Jonsson, will brief the Security Council on the status and challenges facing UNMISS, the UN mission in South Sudan. Given the current turbulent and volatile situation in South Sudan, the recent Secretary General report has recommended that the strength of both police and military should be raised. 5 priority tasks have been identified and include the protection of civilians, enabling humanitarian access, increasing human rights monitoring and reporting, facilitating intercommunal and national dialogue, and supporting mediation and ceasefire monitoring. Capacity building is one of the challenges featuring fairly prominently in the report of the Secretary General. That is also a central theme to be explored, unpacked and analyzed during the course of this week. And in light of the unfolding situation in South Sudan, but also in other mission areas, we particularly appreciate the presence of and the ability to engage with Assistant Secretary General Tito and Commissioner Yiga from UNMISS and Commissioner Paneras from UNAMID and other colleagues from the field who will no doubt infuse our conversation with their on-the-ground experience. The objective of the seminar today, as has been mentioned, is to raise awareness of emerging and critical issues facing international police peacekeeping, building on the UN platform of issues, but also drawing on regional and national experiences, academic and analytical work, and being mindful and factoring in political and diplomatic realities and necessities. Recognizing the fundamental shift in mandates for peace operations and the evolving role of UN police, we look forward to addressing what may be seen as the most critical issues to tackle by the international community as the agenda for international police peacekeeping moves forward. We will discuss the role and impact of organized crime on UN peacekeeping and what needs to be done to meet this global challenge. The other main theme of capacity building and development will provide us with a strategic platform from which to go into the more specific discussions at the SDF workshop starting tomorrow. We hope these meetings will strengthen both the partnership within the police peacekeeping community, and of course we'll be joined by many more tomorrow, but also the partnership between the police community and their colleagues in the broader civilian and military community of peacekeepers. Needless to say, it is important to engage across disciplines and our different comfort zones of operations. I believe, first and foremost, it is critical to ensure that the needs and requirements of the police are properly and sufficiently factored into the broader international debate on what the future peace operations should and could look like. The Challenges Forum have increasingly addressed thematic issues central to police peacekeeping, such as early peace building and the need for new strategies and partners, security sector reform, protection of civilians, rule of law and security issues in peace operations, rule of law and the coordination of external and local actors in tackling organized crime. We are now particularly pleased to have a fully dedicated research seminar focused on policing. Challenges Forum partner countries are committed police contributing countries and represent 45% of police personnel deployed to UN missions. The number of police organizations in the Challenges Partnership has fluctuated over the years and are currently limited. We would indeed welcome more of our police colleagues to the forum to lend their voice and expertise to our continuing work. Allow me, therefore, to pay tribute to you, our partner countries' police colleagues that are here today, and in particular to our Norwegian police colleagues, co-hosts, and also to our Swedish police coordinating colleagues who have prioritized coming here in such strength for this seminar. The Challenges Forum greatly appreciates our cooperation with ORODSI, particularly under the leadership of Mr. Tito. And this week's cooperative effort with the UN Police Division and the Andrew Carpenter and his team could not be more timely. And of course, it would not have been at all possible without our Norwegian partners, NUPI, led by Cedric de Koning and his team, supported by the government of Norway and colleagues in the ministries and the police, taking the lead in hosting these events with us. It is extraordinarily fitting to gather here in Norway to address international police peacekeeping and its wider opportunities and implications. We could not be in a more appropriate place to start off the series of thematic meetings that will be hosted by the DPKO, to focus on empowering as well as protecting our men and women police peacekeepers, doing life-saving and life-changing work in the most challenging conditions. The generosity of Norway and NUPI to host us all this week is but a part of the extraordinary overall support Norway has provided, enabling and supporting the longer SGF process. We are also much delighted that NUPI, with the support of the Norwegian government, are partners in the Challenges Forum. You bring renowned first-class expertise and commitment to our collaborative effort to tackle the challenges of modern peace operations. Tomorrow afternoon, Challenges Forum partners will turn our attention towards the Challenges report on designing mandates and capabilities for future peace operations, which, upon finalization, will be presented to the UN Secretary General. The thematic areas of our report are timely. Most of the challenges we explore are currently being faced by the missions in the field and being deliberated on by policymakers in New York. And several of you have participated in the ongoing C34 deliberations. As a community of practitioners, academics, and policymakers, as was just mentioned, I hope that we can generate some practical food for thought and a smorgasbord of constructive recommendations by reaching out, listening to the other, and develop win-win solutions in the process. The Challenges Forum is structured to facilitate contribution to progress through the encouragement of innovative thinking to address emerging issues while keeping focused on providing actionable solutions. I hope several of such solutions will be generated during our discussions here today and in the next few days. Thank you.
I'd like to welcome Assistant Secretary General Tito to take the floor and deliver the keynote speech. We're very pleased to have you here, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. After a brief moment of hesitation, whether to give me the floor or not, and I'm very grateful that I finally got it. First and foremost, on behalf of the Department of Peacekeeping Operations, welcome to this forum. Our warm welcome to all of you, and I do know that Commissioner Feller, our new police commissioner, is missing this opportunity, but I do promise that he will be released for any follow-up meetings. Second, I feel very uncomfortable not being a police officer, of being wired, one of the rare occasions, so if I would stumble, please excuse me for that. But altogether, it's a pleasure to be at this meeting, and again, our thanks go to the Challenges Forum, who are here, as always, in strengths, with leadership and a lot of dedication, but also NUPI, and in particular the government of Norway for bringing us together here to Oslo. The climate here is somewhat milder than in New York this season, I can assure you, and seeing some sun, at least yesterday, was a sheer delight for a New Yorker. Assembled in this room is one of the best groups of global peacekeeping efforts, no doubt about that. Thank you for coming a long way. Your discussion will be very important. It's aimed at strengthening critical element of peacekeeping, the United Nations Police. Please be reassured, in particular those of you who came from the field. We very much appreciate your contribution. We know that contribution, and we believe your effort on the ground is indispensable. As the UN Secretary General Ban Ki-moon has emphasized, and I quote, "For societies traumatized by years of fighting and gross violations of human rights, nothing is more critical than establishing rule of law. When the guns fall silent, the United Nations is often the first organization on the ground, helping fractured countries to start building peace and strengthening key institutions," end of quote. There is a pressing need for this discussion, no doubt about that. Peacekeeping, and police peacekeeping in particular, has expanded exponentially in the past decade. Our tasks are growing daily on the ground, and as are the demand for UN peacekeeping, as are the demand for UN policing. But equally, the global changes and threats have evolved dramatically over the last years. The 13,000 police officers deployed to 19 UN missions are now more than problem solvers. They are strategic advisors, they are trainers and mentors, and not simple monitors anymore. Police peacekeeping has become increasingly comprehensive, and depending on the mandate, UN police officers also have the task of assisting local police to build the whole police organization from scratch. Our operational environment also has evolved. Today, peacekeeping is drastically different from the many of us experienced years ago. The enemies of peace are operating behind the scenes, corrupting receiving police agencies and judicial systems, smuggling weapons and natural resources, drugs and humans across the border, operating in high seas and in cyberspace. Organized criminals are therefore increasingly turning into a principal threat for international security and for peace building. And this is accepted by the Security Council again and again. It's in their resolution. At the same time, the United Nations police has become more diverse. With police officers from more than 90 nations, there are more police contributing countries than ever. However, some of the main sources of United Nations police personnel have withdrawn over the last 15 years. And they have cut their boots on the ground dramatically. For example, the contribution of the European Union countries, totaling today 203 officers, amounts only 1.5% of the UN police officers total. Last but not least, national police development and reform has become a visible topic and frankly big business. UN agencies, regional organizations, bilateral partners, private contractors and consultants are all involved. Have we responded to all these challenges? My answer, I think, should be yes. But could we do and should do more? My reply is also yes. UN peacekeeping is certainly recruiting thousands of police officers. And I can proudly say that, unlike our military colleagues, and this is not a rivalry, we have created a system in the police division, in the Office of Rule of Law and Security Institutions, which is capable of delivering much quicker than military contingents. We can now deploy much faster and more efficiently than before. However, our recipient countries increasingly need specific high-grade skill sets: forensic, organized crime, finance, even fleet management and facilities management specialists. We sometimes have been supply-driven, and that's why we are losing focus on local demands, on the need to deliver on true priorities. The United Nations effort towards reforming, restructuring, and rebuilding national police service have been largely successful in our view. It is particularly true for those areas where UNPOL special guidance has been developed, for example, in the sexual and gender-based violence prevention and investigation. Simultaneously, we have increased our efforts in support of fights against transnational organized crime. But, let's be frank, our record in this field remains inconsistent. Together with UNODC, Interpol, and other international partners, we have been supporting the implementation of the West Coast Initiative in the west part of Africa. This is a regional plan adopted by ECOWAS countries. Our officers have mentored and supported local police in their efforts to contain organized crime there. Nonetheless, much more needs to be done to ensure the sustainability of our work when UN peacekeeping and peace-building missions leave. For example, the concept of serious crime support units, I hope you will be discussing it later, meaning a team of UN officers working in support of local police in the context of UN field presences, need to be thought through, operationalized, and deployed, in our view, as early as possible. Broadening the pool of peace-contributing countries is another challenge for us. Again, take Europe, for example. We all know that Germany has excellent organized crime specialists. France is one of the best public order management country, and the United Kingdom has world-class counterterrorism experts. And the list goes on. Each and every police service in the European Union is a benchmark of quality, one way or another. Yet, as I already mentioned before, only 1.5% of individual police officers come from the region. Can you allow me to say the figure is quite dramatic? In absolute terms, the total number of the European Union police officers in UN peace operations is matched by contribution of one state, Yemen. It's dramatic. And it's serious. I see some smiles, but for us it's a drama. In the current model of peacekeeping, those who mandate operations and those who contribute personnel and equipment and those who provide financial resources are largely distinct groups. No member state is currently part of both the top 10 troop contributors and financial contributors. DPKO leadership has argued all along that this model is not sustainable. Not only we do need high-class specialists from various countries, we need teams of pre-trained specialists, coming from a country or from a region. The strategic guidance framework, SGF, will lay the foundation of a new era in peacekeeping. We sincerely believe so. UN Police began in 1960s with monitoring. It evolved in 1990s into police reform, restructuring and development. Today, we are tackling new and emerging threats with increasingly multidimensional peacekeeping mandates, including cybercrime. As we bear witness to unprecedented UNPOL expansion, we recognize United Nations police must also evolve. We can no longer rely on the approaches which we inherited from a decade or 2 decades ago. If that period of time, the 90s, could be seen as UN Police 2.0, we are now developing UN Police 3.0. All of you gathered here are helping us work through that strategic process. Why do we need it? Because UN policing differs from domestic policing and should be put on a solid doctrinal and operational footing. Our police officers work in relatively new environment, and we navigate among very different policing approaches from almost 90 countries. We need to first and foremost address the new global challenges, which will require new qualifications, technical tools, and new mindset aiming at delivery. We also need to be more consistent and have more harmonized approaches. We should have more sophisticated system of delivery and sophisticated system of recruitment of staff with the necessary specialized skills and experience, together with the new pre-deployment and in-theater training systems. UN police must learn how to tackle those challenges effectively while using at the same time very scarce resources, global resources available for us. This is a reality in which we have to operate in the Department of Peacekeeping Operations and the UN in general. At this time of austerity, we must learn to do more, how to do more with less, and eventually better with less, as Secretary General Ban Ki-moon repeatedly mentions to us and insists that it should be the case. An important aspect of achieving this goal is through reliable, long-term partnership and systematic leveraging of resources, all resources available. We're therefore very keen to partner with multilateral, regional, and bilateral partners in joint programming and joint development of knowledge tools and their delivery on the ground. With many of them, our police cooperation is already very strong and operational, in particular with the African Union and the European Union. Earlier this year, in January, the Department of Peacekeeping Operations and Department of Field Support endorsed the policy on United Nations police in peacekeeping operations and in special political missions. In producing this internal UN policy, the United Nations police is responding to those challenges I mentioned earlier. We are trying to create common reference framework for police officers. We want to make UNPOL a serious delivery service while benefiting from unprecedented diversity of our police staff. The policy was drafted in an inclusive, very participatory manner. Member states, UN family organizations, Interpol, regional organizations, humanitarian and human rights partners, academia, and most important, practitioners on the ground in the field participated. As the first element of multi-year doctrinal development exercise, the policy is a document which we all collectively own. Our ambition is to follow up with thematic guidance and manuals on the major police subject. The cascading guidance architecture will ultimately help all police officers know what their tasks are. They will know what the United Nations police approach is to say, for example, in the area of investigations, capacity building, which we will discuss later, or police budgeting. The guidance architecture will also help us develop specialized job descriptions, which I mentioned earlier, for UN field police officers. We will also develop guidance in close cooperation with our partners, and we want to integrate their work in the UN operations as much as possible. Once we have reached the state of joint guidance, we should proceed with training our officers. As such, we would achieve workforce mobility. We will be able to maneuver with police officers much easier, the way we are already doing it, incidentally, through mission cooperation. We were first to deploy our police to South Sudan during when the crisis was unfolding earlier this year. We would literally speak the same professional language, which will be very important to make the performance of various officers compatible. I call upon all of you to actually participate in the next stage of developing of the framework and its operationalization. This is not only the work for practitioner. In fact, there is much could be done by academia, institutions, and think tanks, and we are very grateful for your participation here today. Throughout this year, global thematic meetings most probably will be organized on command and control, administration, operations, and tomorrow you will discuss a very important aspect for me personally, national capacity building and development. Altogether, we will seek to develop a common ample understanding in the 4 core areas of United Nations policing. I urge you again and again to actively contribute to this strategic endeavor. The development of the strategic framework is projecting a clear and crystallized vision of what UN police could and should achieve on the ground. It could help make UN policing in peacekeeping and in peace building and in preventive context to be more attractive and more rewarding for police officers to serve. It could motivate them and also could motivate their governments to contribute skilled officers to peace operations. In addition, member states will know what skill sets the United Nations requires. It will not be a random approach as it currently is. They will know what to expect of their seconded officers, what they could bring in terms of their contribution to police operations. Ultimately, we hope that we will have a greater, stronger, and more flexible tool again of professionals serving under the UN flag and helping revive and rebuild societies torn by conflict. All of that will be done within the existing mandates, and I'm absolutely certain almost within the existing resources we have. We cannot expand much more appropriations for this work. We will have to maneuver with what we already have. Our work will be guided by the General Assembly, the mandates we receive from the Security Council, and definitely the framework of rule of law, which was mentioned earlier today. And all of what we will be doing, I'm absolutely certain will be towards the goals of democratic development and social economic advancement. Before I close, I must say again, the government of Norway from prioritizing this very important event. Norway has been an outstanding supporter of peacekeeping, of the Department of Peacekeeping Operations and UN policing. I encourage other member states to do likewise as much as possible. I strongly believe that we may be standing at a new stage of UN policing and the rule of law development at large. I want to conclude by a remark of the first UN Secretary General, Trygve Lie of Norway, on the occasion of his, I think, election of 1st of February 1946. He said at that time, those who gave their lives in order that we may be free, those who lost their homes, those who suffered and still suffer from the consequences of war, have given us a sacred mandate, that is to build a firm foundation for the peace of the world. And that's what we continue to do today. Thank you. I felt so uncomfortable, believe me.
Thank you so much, Mr. Tito, for that tour de force of the achievements and challenges of policing and peacekeeping. It is now time for a group photo, followed by a coffee break. Thank you.
Nei. Svaret er nei. Jeg skjønner spørsmålet veldig godt. Når det er så
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back after the opening session and the tea break and the very professional group photo we had taken. I hope you had a good mind break after the opening session. I think that really kicked us off very well. And we're now right into our first substantive session, which is the session on the role of international police in a rapidly changing peace operations environment. As I'm sure you've noticed, we commissioned three background papers, which I think really helps to set the scene and prepare us all for this seminar. And the first background paper on this topic was prepared by Dr. William Dirch. So he will be our first presenter, and he will then be followed by two perspectives from the field, where we can ask some of our colleagues, both from the Sudan region, Esther Paneras, the police commissioner from UNIMED, and Dr. Frederick Yiga, the police commissioner from the mission in South Sudan, to both share with us some of their experiences from the field and where we assume the latest innovations and developments are happening. So we look forward to that. But let me first then ask Bill Dirch, if he could please kick us off. Thank you, Bill.
I borrowed Mr. T-Top's wire. Excuse me, sir. Okay.
Can I just say before Bill starts, sorry, I just wanted to remind you of one thing. In order to make our discussions as free-flowing and as informative as possible, we're going to have our discussion session, our question and answer session, under Chatham House rules. So when our presenters make their presentations, that will be filmed and we will have that later on YouTube and so forth. But we won't film the discussion and question and answer session. So people, please feel free to speak freely. Also, those of you who may be live tweeting from the event, please, if you cannot attribute when you tweet about the discussion and question session, so we can have that discussion as freely as possible. Okay, thank you so much. Bill, please go ahead.
Thank you, Cedric. It's a pleasure once again to be able to join a Challenges Forum and Partners meeting. This paper derives from a lot of mandates and data analysis. It does not derive from personal experience in the field, as many of you have. So it is very much a high-level view of policing roles and responsibilities, their evolution over the last 15 to 20 years, and of the environments in which they have taken place. So the structure of the talk will parallel the structure of the background paper. There are some rather detailed little slides basically representing, replicating the tables in the paper, which I hope you all have with you so that I don't need to load things up so you can actually read them on the chart. We'll go along together. So first, the complexity ambition of mandates, then the issue of operating environments over time, the professionalizing of UNPOL and police peacekeeping that the SGF represents. And then finally, I want to walk through something that is not in the paper because every talk should have some value added beyond what you can read. On the complexity of tasks, I started with UNMIB, the mission in Bosnia-Herzegovina, and especially its upgraded mandate from 1997-98 as kind of the source of complex police building, peacekeeping that we know today. We know that there's been no executive mandates outside of Kosovo and Timor-Leste proper, but operational support mandates can come very close as they have in Haiti. And in fact, if you were to look at the supplemental agreements on policing that were signed in Haiti and in Timor-Leste, the language is very, very similar. There's very little daylight, even though one has executive mandate and the other one does not. To my mind, as we'll see in the chart to follow, table 1 in your paper, I think that, to my view, looking at mandates and reports from the field, budget reports, all of these sorts of things, not looking at CONOPS in that level of detail, that assigned operational and capacity building tasks escalated up to what I'm calling here the great expansion of UN police building, 2003-2005, continued in a quantitative fashion, and then also continued in the question of trying to do the same job in more difficult circumstances, as we'll see. So this is the part 1 of table 1. This is the operational mandates that I've gleaned from reports and from mandates. Each one of these things, as I note in the paper, can be broken down into any number of subtasks. So how many subtasks are listed here is not particularly important as it is to note how many times those tasks have appeared in mandates. The operational tasks appear frequently, but in a number of instances, relatively few times for some of them, and those tend to be in the executive mandates. If you look up, it's going to be UNTATE, and it's maybe MINUSTA, UNMIT, Timor-Leste. These are listed in no particular order of difficulty or complexity, just the idea that there are a lot of different ways in which UNPOL support or directly operate in mission areas. There are 4 missions over time that have had their missions changed substantially, either because they've been there a long time and the situation has changed, such as MONUC in particular. And I've listed each cell entry as the date at which that mandate component became operational. And MONUC has been in place for quite a while, and it's had a chance to evolve its mandate quite a bit. UNMIL has evolved recently, even as it has drawn down into some of these operational areas. UNOSI, of course, was remandated in 2011 after the elections and the change of government that it had been kind of waiting for 7 years. And UNMIS is in the process of being remandated, but some things were already implemented toward the end of 2013. Second part of the table, capacity building. This is sort of grouped in terms of intrusiveness from most to least, where at the top, institutional capacity development, reform, restructuring, vetting, dismissing, repopulating police forces. Next in line, training, advising, mentoring, both basic and advanced. Monitoring, registering some of the old-fashioned tasks, which still appear with a certain amount of, fair amount of frequency, but they are all blended into heavier duty police reform tasks. Then sort of assessing, liaison, coordinating, also very high on the list. And just for comparison, judicial and corrections-related mandates, which appear with a great deal of frequency, including development of legal codes backing up the police, the judiciary, corrections. Where I don't see a lot of replication in more recent missions, and any of you could correct me, I'm sure, on some of this. UNMIC, UNMIB, and MONUC all had witness protection plans and policies in collaboration with the human rights components of those missions. I really don't see that so much in more recent mandates, although I suspect it would be handy to have. All right, so that's mandates. This is operational environments, and this I think is where things have gotten harder over time, and therefore made the implementation of a comparable mandate harder over time. I used the analogy of tack hammers versus sledgehammers. Police are a relatively refined instrument compared to large military operations. They have much less ability or tendency to use force than militaries. And just quoting from the paper, that notions that there are certain thresholds of violence, and we know there are command arrangements for exchange of control of situation on the ground between police and military and back. But there are certain thresholds of violence beyond which I think any part of a UN mission doesn't work as well as what I'm calling a more tightly wound, better armed national force, right? As we're seeing in some of the coalition operations along the Sahel today. There's a question of national ownership goals versus entrenched interests or networks in the elites of some of these countries that you all are working with that reach back into wartime. And that kind of national ownership, as I will mention later, can be contrasted with the local ownership that one associates with popular sovereignty as a foundation of democracy. In the paper, I review the mission environments of DRC, Darfur, Chad, South Sudan, and Mali, which to some extent represent increasing levels of complexity and violence and associated measures. In looking at that, and then where the red X's are, I've added these and deleted one since doing the paper upon reflection on this table. And this is just my notional scaling and rating of missions and their environments. So the highest level of violence down to the lowest. And you can read in the table, so I'm certainly not going to read down from here, but at the top, there's no ceasefire, there's major armed violence, and some or all of the area of operations. That was true for Manurkat in Chad, eastern Chad, where there was literally no law, the government had no reach, and the UN was tasked to train police for IDP camps. And those police also provided a lot of escorts to humanitarian convoys servicing the IDP camps, dealing with bandits, militias, and all forms of carjacking and heavy-duty interference with their work, all the way down to all parties sign in good faith, particularly armed parties, and there's minimal spoiler activity. And I think over time, you see, and as you can see, I attribute a number of these kinds of conditions to any given mission because there may be part of the country that's that is more violent than the rest, Western Congo, Eastern Chad, Western Chad. Some parts of South Sudan, other parts of South Sudan, southern Mali, northern Mali, so you get the idea. And so if you kind of eyeball a rough sort of equal area above and below, if this actually had numbers and were something like a regression, it would look something like this. And so that the average level of violence, the average level of hostility that a mission has had to face over time, in my view, and you can also, all of you could redo these and reshuffle them and reorder them, but this is running from 1995 up to 2013. I think there has been a fairly steady escalation in the levels of conflict and violence that UN missions have been forced to face. And I think there's been inadequate appreciation on the part of political authorities as to exactly what they're doing. And if there has been adequate appreciation, then there's been a fairly, I think, cynical deployment of UN missions into these areas instead of preemptive or precursor coalition operations, regional or global or national. So that, I think, is the really serious problem that UNPOL face today in trying to carry out their mandates. Okay, level of violence, the descriptions, and the notional trend line. The third topic that I addressed in the paper, the professionalization of UNPOL in policekeeping. One thing that occurred to me in looking at this, and I've mentioned it in previous works, is why the system for police recruiting still follows the military model established for military recruitment and support from the early 1970s, both in reimbursement and so the individual cops, like individual military observers, are gratis contributions with sustainment support in the field, and units are reimbursed at a fixed rate. It's not clear that that's the best model for recruiting and deploying police, but that's what we're using at the moment. Operational capacity is still an issue. The system has been working on that, obviously with the guidance development, with the development of training modules, pre-deployment training, better induction training. But I think where we're still, we, you, they, are still a bit stuck is in this ability to communicate in local language in crisis situations. There's more emphasis on language assistance accompanying, say, foreign police units. Even if you have a language assistant with every section in a foreign police unit, you've got one person who knows what people are talking about on the street out of every 10 cops you have deployed. They can't be everywhere at once. And the more language assistance you put out, the more problems, and to some extent, you create for the FPU because they have to protect the language assistance as well. And this was a problem that the DIS, the police in eastern Chad, faced in protecting UNPOL, unarmed UNPOL, that were accompanying them on their escort missions, because they saw their first task as protecting UNPOL and then protecting their humanitarian convoys and then protecting themselves. So where I want to look further is the possibility of technology to substitute for language assistance in some instances, because I think this is crucial, especially in civil disorder situations. You need to understand what people are saying to you, and they need to understand what you're saying to them. I mean, if my brother, the doctor, can get translations for his patients by phone, I don't see a reason why there can't be reach-back translation services for police, and even expanding that to video real time. There's some police units around the Washington, D.C. area have done that. It helps for discipline, it helps to document cases, it does all sorts of things for you. And communications and information storage are becoming increasingly cheap. And I think this is something that needs to be looked into. Did an assessment of who provides foreign police units, and this question of matching even mission language to FPU language. Green, Arabic speaking, red, French speaking, black, English speaking units, same color coding for missions. And if you kind of go down and see, okay, where are the Arabic speaking units deployed, where are the French speaking units deployed, and try to match them up to the French speaking missions, not a total match, as you could see. And obviously there is still a shortage of French speaking FPUs. So it's not just that there is a problem in sustaining the flow of competent and trained and well-led FPUs. It's a matter of mission language as well as local communication. I want to point out, as you can see in the paper, that 13 countries provide all of the FPUs to UN missions as of the end of last year. Of these, all but 3 provide at least 75% of their UNPOL in the form of FPUs. They specialize in sending FPUs. Rwanda, Egypt, Burkina Faso are more evenly divided, but they're also the smaller contributors in the policing, to policing components. So we've created a bit of a, with the emphasis on FPUs, we've kind of created a bit of an industry in some countries in creating and sustaining FPUs. Last point before the bonus question, democratic police and democratic policing, which I've mentioned in several of the works. All of the missions that the UN Security Council mandates draw on charter principles, support for human rights, equality, justice, and so forth. Part of that is to refocus local police services from regime protection to public protection. And also in the process reconditioning the police service to respond to requests from below as opposed to orders from above. The police policy also puts heavy emphasis on international human rights support and monitoring, as it should, as touchstones for UNPOL behavior and for training practice. Okay? And yet we have mandates, and here's back to the national ownership versus local ownership question, that tend to support largely the establishment of central government control, extension of central government control, which is possibly inconsistent with this emphasis on response to requests from below. So we need to think about popular sovereignty versus elite sovereignty and exactly what missions are promoting. Question of where are PCCs from countries that are rated free by places like Freedom House? The answer is they never went away. They're still there. In 2001, there were about 39 countries out of, say, 70 police contributors that were rated very highly on civil and political rights at home. And about 9 to 10 that didn't do so well, and then everybody else in the middle. If you go all the way up to the end of last year, there's maybe 38, 37 countries. They're still there. There are more in the green zone. In terms of the percentages of UNPOL contributed, however, this fixed number of blues have dropped in terms of the people they contribute by more than half. So the average per capita contribution by open societies has plummeted. And the only reason it's not worse is that India contributes 950 foreign police unit personnel. All right? You took India out of the question, this would go, would really tank. So as Mr. Titov and some others I'm sure will also say, where are you guys? Right? And a lot of that, the gap has been filled up in this area where the police services from which these folks are drawn do not have the kind of traditions that the police policy wants to promote, or that the Security Council says they want to promote, or that peace agreements may claim to want to promote. So this is a bit of a dilemma unless you can really get your training on and temporarily get all the officers that you receive in missions to behave in the ways that you'd like them to behave. So looking forward, it may be in fact that constant rotation of police through UN ops, through training, through exposure to consistent implementation of mandates will kind of have a backwash effect on police services in the countries of origin. And that training can shift reflexes into patterns that are appropriate for UN missions. But I think to do that, you also need better tools for accountability to enforce discipline in the use of UN standards. And you do need better communication tools, as I mentioned. Okay, to wrap up, placing missions and police into a longer peace-building timeline, which shows why early peacekeeping and development agency links can be critical along the lines of the global focal point and other things. Here, this is strictly out of my head from looking at things like this for many years and many mandates. But I've done kind of a chart of what I'm thinking of in terms of public trust and hope in peace, in the government, in the things are going to get better, where I define trust as a present measure of public affinity for government, hope being anticipation that trust will last or improve, and hope becomes trust if government performance earns it. Okay, otherwise it fades away. And I see here, I've labeled here sort of between 1 and 6-8 years, kind of a critical window for visible change before people lose heart. And then the rest of this is sort of the years from peace accord and mission deployment. Okay, so first, we've got my estimate of public trust and hope without visible government change. All right, peace accord change is signed when nothing visible happens in the way the government deals with people. Hope rises because of the peace accord, and nothing changes. So after a while, it dies off. With government change, maybe it goes up to a certain degree. Obviously, I'm not suggesting it gets really high, but it's not zero. And so that may be sustainable for a while if change is visible. So here we got change in government. Again, my idea, my notion. And I'm thinking government employees' trust and hope will grow as they feel and see government change occur, because they're the ones closest to it. They see it firsthand. There's the typical UN mission presence, police, whatever. Peaking after 1 or 2 years. We're watching the buildup in MINUSMA now, and then beginning to tail off or wanting to tail off. MONUC is kind of an exception, and so that by 10 years it's changed over to the UN country team, to the host government alone, and so forth. So just as hope and trust are beginning, and change is beginning to take hold, kind of 5, 6, 7, 8 years down the road, the mission begins to pull out and disappear. And then you rely on this continuing. Unfortunately, if change isn't well embedded by that early process or by the continuing development presence, and it doesn't have champions internally, then you're going to have a chance that this is going to peak, and the old networks and the old habits are going to take over. And who's going to see that first? Folks in government. They lose heart in change. They begin to revert to old ways. And then what happens? The public gives up. So, unknown points in the future. If you don't get this locked in at this critical period, my sense is you're looking at crash down the road. And this is why so many conflicts revert, because this change is not embedded. So I will just leave you with that thought and turn the podium back over to everyone else.
Thank you very much, both. Thank you for introducing and talking us through some changes that have been occurring in peace operations more generally, and then specifically at some of the trends and challenges that we've been seeing when it comes to the contributions and deployments of police in peace operations. And also thank you for leaving us with some creative thoughts towards the end for some things to think about and inform our further discussions. I'm now going to turn over to Hester Paneras, who's the Police Commissioner for UNIMID. I'm proud that she's a countrywoman that we share a nationality, and that she's the first female police commissioner in a UN peacekeeping operation. So Hester, we look forward to hearing from you, and specifically about your perspectives from UNIMID. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can people hear me at the back? Because I think I'm just going to sit here and make my presentation from here. I think it is clear, and we know that police was first deployed in 1960 in the Congo, and at that stage the role was more that of monitoring what is being done by the local police on the ground, as well as reporting in this regard. I think as things has progressed, the police started moving into a more active and interactive approach. More active, first-hand in the executive missions, and then more interactive in the non-executive missions. Now the level of that interactiveness is totally dependent on the will of the local country as well, the host country. If they are not willing, it makes the mandate implementation very difficult. I'm not going to go into academics. I'm going to talk practically on the experiences in UNIMID. And I don't know if after this Mr. Titov will maybe chase me away, or he will be very proud of me and say we're going in the right direction. UNIMID, when it started as a changeover from AMIS, The police figures that were allocated to the mission was for individual police officers 3,772 and 19 FPUs. The mission was never able to achieve these numbers. And if one wants to achieve numbers, you take any body and any number that is nominated. In 2012, there was a review of uniformed personnel, and in that process, the individual police officer numbers was brought down to 2,310 and 17 FPUs. Although UNIMIT achieved these numbers, the impact on the ground cannot always be seen. Before I go into the challenges facing the mission in this regard, it has to be clear what the UNIMIT role in the mandate implementation is. And it can be put in 3 areas. The first one is the protection of civilians, where the FPUs have a role of physical protection in regard to protection during humanitarian assistance. They have a crowd management aspect, and where the circumstances allow, they can also do short patrols and interaction with the communities. In as far as the creation of a protective environment is where the police, individual police officers, are then collecting information, following up on crimes that were committed, act as a catalyst to the government of Sudan police, and then has a role to play in the early warning systems. The second part is the capacity building of the Sudanese police. Now, what happened in the past is that there was more an ad hoc type of intervention and development in this regard. It has to be understood that in Sudan, there is a strong government in place. Whether the world agrees with approaches or not, there's a strong government. It is a strong police force. And in the 5 states of Darfur, there are 5 state commissioners. The delegation of powers there is to such an extent that every state more or less function on their own. So what is agreed at the Khartoum level does not always filter down to the states, which mean at state level a lot of negotiation and interaction also has to take place. So the training was never done within the strategic framework work as agreed with the Sudanese police at a national level, but more on a daily needs basis as determined at the local levels. We have succeeded, and in 2010 we started with a process to sign a memorandum of understanding with the Sudanese police. Now, I was there as the Deputy Commissioner in 2011, I left. I came back last year. In 2013, this memorandum of understanding was still not signed. We succeeded in signing it last year in August. November last year, we had a conference where for the first time since the existence of the mission, the Sudanese police of Khartoum got together with the 5 states management and together with the UNIMIT police management. It further has to be emphasized that this was also the first meeting for the Sudanese police in Khartoum with their states in 8 years. I think the police commissioner here, if you with your regions have a meeting once in 8 years, you will face difficulty. So in that process, we came then up with a concept paper, and we are now in the process of drafting a development strategy for the Sudanese police. Now, if you take that the memorandum of understanding took 3 years, I hope that the strategy will not take another 3 years. But with the relationships that have been built currently, hopefully this will go quicker. What we've also realized is that in this process, there are various role players who want to do development. The UN country team had their own programs without any incorporation of the mission and the police specifically. We have started a program implementation team with the UNCT, and we've involved the UNCT in this conference and this process that we have ongoing with the Sudanese police currently, so that we can do joint program implementation and not work against each other. It also, another challenge is that in the mission budget, although we have the task of mandated training and capacity building in general, also on an infrastructural level, that no budget is allocated for it. So we have to get donors. Then we find that donors give to UNCT and we are left out, or there's donors who come in with specific programs and then the mission don't know about it. So this is one of the areas where we will have to look at how can we combine the different resources that we are having available in the field. Because if somebody just come in, work with the training, but there's no monitoring in the field, how do we know what the impact of those programs are? And that is why I think the mission and specifically the police component then in these programs can play a very important role. So this is in as far as the development, also with the involvement of the UN country team, we are looking at infrastructural development. One of the programs that we are looking at currently, just to give you a picture, when we talk access to justice, it means there must be a proper process. In Darfur, there is no ability to do forensic gathering of evidence. So even if a case is opened, the materials, the necessary toolkits is not available. They don't have buildings where these people can sit. So we are currently in cooperation with the general responsible for forensic services in Khartoum, busy at looking at a program to roll it out. Because it's no use giving them, for instance, the rape kits and training, but they still don't have the other equipment that is needed in this process. So we are busy now in a holistic approach to look at that. So this is one of the challenges. One group will come in, say we want to give training. If you give training, they still don't have the material. When they get the material, they already forgot how to do it. So we have to do it in a joint effort. And then the last thing which link in a lot with the first two is the community policing, where we have a role. Now in Darfur, in various areas, especially in South Sudan, in South Darfur, East Darfur, and in Central Darfur, there are areas where the Sudanese police are not allowed in the IDP camps by the community. And there are also areas where the Sudanese police are not present at all. Recently there was the incident in Graida where some police from UNAMID was shot, and 2 weeks later there was an attack on the Sudanese police, and then they moved out of Graida. So another area doesn't have the Sudanese police. Now if we have to implement community policing, if there's only a community, we can only go up to a point to tell them how to protect themselves. Because community policing has two parties to be involved. And that is where we are facing problems currently as well. So that is something, and in as far as the conflict is concerned, as long as the conflict is escalating, like it is currently doing again, this might be a further problem. Even though the Sudanese police is willing to cooperate at the higher levels now, the practical implementation on the ground might still create problems. The other thing that we have to look at is that we are sitting with police officers coming from different countries with different skills. And it appears as if there's a perception that policing and peacekeeping is the same as back home. There's a vast difference. The skills for a community police officer in an environment which he or she knows is different from that of a police officer who have to give guidance, monitor, mentor, give training, and have negotiation skills and mediation skills. And I'm not talking political negotiation and mediation. I'm talking going into a community where if you want to see the rest of the community, you must first negotiate with the Umla or the Sheikh. If you want to get a victim to go for treatment who has been raped, you have to negotiate with that person to get the person for that treatment and to report the case. If you want access to an environment, you have to negotiate with the locality commander in order to get access. If you want to implement a training program, you have to negotiate to get the training done. And those are the types of things that we have to. When there's mediation taking place from civil affairs in crossing the bridge between tribal groupings or so, for sustainability, constant mediation and presence of the police is needed in order to forge that community policing, community safety relationship. So what we are looking at is, and that is where we are currently having a review, and we've been doing it for the last couple of months, and I think we have to get away from the numbers game and rather go from quantity to quality. This will mean that we have to change our processes. Currently, the challenge is that people go through the SAT test. They are tested on English, driving, shooting, and so forth, and then go on a list. There will have to be a mindset change from PCCs as well. Because in order to send us the right people, we will have to identify specific skills profiles and skill sets. And I'm not talking about a list of skills where you pick one of the skills and you say the person come with. I'm talking about skill sets with proper job descriptions. Mr. Titov referred to it. We are busy with that currently, and out of that we want to come up with very specific skills profiles. Also, the implementation of performance management principles in this regard is something that can address this, where we evaluate people on the impact that they are making on the ground as well. So countries will have to realize that the fact that a person passed the SAT will actually be the first step. After that, we will have to identify the right skill for the right mission, because different missions can use different skills. Just a moment on the FPUs. I think one of the big problems that we had, that was found in the mission, is that FPUs started to be used like military battalions. The role of FPUs is not to fight off attackers like the military. Their training is different. And the one thing where they are supposed to be used is done by the military alone, and that is humanitarian escorts. This is where your FPUs has to be part of it. When things go out of hand, when the World Food Program dish out food and the people are not happy or they don't have ration cards, that is where a role has to be played by the FPUs. They were unfortunately not used in that regard, and we started making a change. The other thing is the standard of FPUs. What do we really want by a FPU? What makes them different from the military? Now we have some countries who sent military as FPUs. They know nothing about policing. Then we have countries who send crowd management people of the countries who have some background in policing, and then we have people who are actually individual police officers who are put together, and then they are given crowd management training, and then they are sent. So this is another thing. We have to come up with a clear standard, and what do we need from FPUs? Because FPUs can actually play a dual role. If they are training crowd management, and they have their firearms, and they are trained police officers, they can actually fulfill some of the information collection in the field that IPOs are currently doing. So that is another thing that we might have to look at to come up with a very clear mandate and standard of what we expect from the FPUs. I think management is of vital importance in the mission, that one has to make a strong stance. Yeah, where one is working with 34, 35 countries, it's not always easy. but one is at a point where drastic steps has to be taken and where one has to change the way that things has been done before. When missions leave, the physical protection moves. If nothing was done to ensure that there's sustainability with regard to access to justice and a change of services rendered by the community, we will be back there with physical protection not long after that. And we've seen that in Timor-Leste, where there was an executive mission at one stage when people withdrew, the transfer of the relevant skills was not there and we had to move back. I want to leave you with this, and I want to say that we have to start doing things differently, and I'm borrowing from a colleague in New York who said, if what you're gonna do today is what you did before, all you're gonna get is what you got before, and today is not before. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Brigadier Paneras, for sharing your reflections from your experience in Darfur. I think you raised a number of issues which we'll probably come back to continuously in our discussions today, especially in the context of capacity building and development. I picked up the relationship between the United Nations and local communities, local police forces, I think is something we're going to come back to. The time factor also related to the last point Bill Dirge left us with, in terms of the time it takes for our counterparts to also do their own planning and their own thinking and cohere around their own thoughts that we need to support. The relationship with other actors in capacity development and the need to better coordinate the different resources that are potentially available. And then your thoughts about the UN police as well. I particularly liked your notion of quality rather than quantity. Then it's my pleasure to pass the floor to another African colleague, Dr. Frederick Yeager. We have 3 Africans on the podium, and we're discussing 2 specific African missions, which I think reflect both the focus of where a lot of our peacekeeping operations are taking place, as well as the growing involvement and skills that are being contributed by Africa in this context. Dr. Yeager, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon to you all. I sit here looking at ASG Titov. 18 months ago, when I was appointed Police Commissioner South Sudan, I went over to New York. He put me in his office, and the 2 of us discussed how to manage this important role. He's a very powerful guide. You know, you sit with Titov and he will tell you exactly what he would want to tell you. So I picked my first impressions of how to be a police commissioner from SG Titov. And in brief, he sits there with me and says, just focus on your job. That's a very heavy statement. Just focus on your job. Be strategic. Don't go for the small issues. Be strategic. Look at things in some quality totality. Go build the state in South Sudan. If you don't do this, then you are likely to find a problem as police commissioner. Concentrate on building the state in South Sudan. Involve the people of South Sudan through a well-tailored community approach to policing. Build teams within your colleagues. Be a team player. Put the host nation in the front. Promote that training school that I'm hearing about. So this was him guiding a new police commissioner, and I thought this was, a very rich interaction that I got with him, from him. So I hit the road running in South Sudan. I went and organized a comprehensive institutional needs assessment of the police. There's a whole book now that you can read and get to know about South Sudan National Police Service in just about an hour if you put in time to read that book. It's completely analyzed, assessed, and ready. Even the solutions are provided. Training programs are all in place. We just need to make them work. We have designed them. We've put in place policies, rules, regulations, properly written, legal frameworks to guide the police in this country, the newest nation in this world, are all ready. There is a strong reform and transformation agenda that we have designed as ANPO with the support of the mission leadership, with the support of UN headquarters. Very, very strong and agile, transformation plan that we have put in place for South Sudan. And the government has stamped it and endorsed it, and they agree it's the best program ever introduced to build this young nation in terms of policing. We have screened and registered all police personnel. When I first went there, they were talking of 50,000 police officers. And calling them police officers is to be kind, because, there's just a lot missing before they are called police officers. So we've screened, and we can now account for about 35,000 police officers, people we can call police officers. We have taken out ghosts. This is something I thought I would be killed for. How do you tamper with people's income? Ghosts on the police roll. And because of this, government has been able to recover 166,000 million South Sudanese pounds. This is about 80 million US dollars. Savings because of these ghosts that we got out of this payroll. I feared for my life once. How do you tamper with this? This is, it's a life program for someone, and you are telling them they are ghosts, and you are telling them they can't have this money. But we went through that because the police accepted it, and they saw it as a good arrangement to move forward. We have received the best skills set officers from police contributing countries. Because of the support UN headquarters has given us, police contributing countries are now aware what kind of skills they need to send us. We have built the best ANPO local police relationships. There's no door we can't open in South Sudan National Police Service. So, we've been running with these programs, very, very proud of a job well done, good teams, good everything. Now, just yesterday, 2 months ago, South Sudan is hit by something we can't explain up to today. Was it a party issue? Was it within the ruling party? Was it a political issue? How big can political get? Was it a power struggle? Are these two men looking for being president? Is it an ethnic problem? Is it a tribal problem? What is the problem in this new country? Because 9th July 2011, the happiness was about independence. And we all knew the problem had been sorted out because independence had come. But today, you look at this nation, South Sudan, and you need to be, really clear how far you want to go with understanding the situation. A nation eating itself a nation eating itself, a nation watching its own dying, a nation without a state strong enough, to put an end to this. We are seeing conflict destroying UN efforts. I've just told you my story with Tito. Conflict destroying that beautiful story I've just told you. My beginning was a guided beginning. And as a disciplined police officer, you accept guidance. And I did it to the best of my knowledge. We did it to the best of our knowledge as ANPO teams. But we are watching this conflict eating into our efforts. Some big voice telling us what we are doing is not what is currently required. A conflict that is eating from all directions, tearing the social fabric, tearing the political fabric, tearing the economic fabric, tearing international relations fabric. Everywhere, this force is so powerful right now in this country. We are looking at a challenge of keeping our police contributing countries, who had become our very good friends, by the way. We have established a very strong relationship with our police contributing countries. But now we have a challenge of explaining to them what is going on. A challenge of telling them that it is still fine for them to send us police officers, because we still need these police officers. So we've gone back into building a new relationship with the police contributing countries, because the mandate has kind of taken a different direction. We need to work with the military, and create that difference that needs to be created, that the police are for rule of law, the military are for the military, but on the whole, the police must play the biggest role right now. Because we have the tools that take us into the communities, we have the tools that make us work with the police, we have the tools that must make community policing work. We need to understand each other on that. Who is playing what role in peacekeeping? We just need to define that. Otherwise, it's always going to be the military has deployed forces in Bor. Very well. So after deploying, what is the role of the police then? We need to work with the military to share early warning systems, indicators. South Sudan is a country where you must always be on your guard. Alert number one. Anything can happen. There will be sunshine in the morning, there will be rain in the evening. So you just need to be, full-time alert. So the military and the police have to design ways of sharing these early warning systems. We are facing a challenge of our ANPO officers being able to adapt to changes. Today, we are talking about a mandate to protect civilians, and these civilians are in camps. If I tell you 70 to 80,000 civilians under UN protection right now, 80,000 could be an underquotation. 35,000 alone in Juba, the capital city, in another 35,000 in the 3 other cities. So the UN police is now protecting people that have run away from the war. They are within our perimeters. This is something new. I mean, the UN has never seen this. UNMISS has not seen this. We've always heard about refugee centers, camps, but not within where we sleep, not within where we work. I live next to a POC area, protection of civilian area. It's now raining hard. I close my door and go to sleep. They have no doors to close. They must sit in the rain. So what are they thinking? Seeing me closing my container and closing the door, and I mean, what is going on? And these are people that have been seriously affected by war. And the fear is, what if they now suddenly think it's too much? They can't stand this. So they come and break into my door, and they would want to share my accommodation with me. So these are the challenges, protecting people within our own environment. And when they come to our environment, we must make sure they come without guns. We make sure they come in without big knives. We make sure they come in without alcohol. Because if they do that, then they are going to abuse the women. They are going to abuse the children. They are going to make a nuisance of themselves. So our role has turned into keeping security, rule of law, and order within these camps. And we must do that because we're sharing space. It goes beyond protection of civilians. We must protect ourselves too, and the UN police has assumed that role. We have requested New York, and thanks to their ability to, understand us and accept our problems, the Security Council approved 3 FPUs. We now have 3 FPUs, 2 from Bangladesh and 1 from Nepal. And they're doing the ring protection for the UNPOs. Because they have a mandate that is not like ours. They can intervene directly into violent situations. So on the whole, this is what we are going through. The other challenge, which we have taken on really head on, is building collaborative networks with colleagues outside the UN police. And this is working very, very well, I must say. We've worked with ISS, for example. Now we're here sharing space with NUPI. We've spoken to colleagues from Sweden. They are coming over to look at our induction training. Netherlands are willing to come in and give us some tips on how to manage POC areas. This is really good. And finally, there's a challenge to convince national government that they are part of this and they must play a role in stabilizing the situation. The expectation that UN will come in and fix it all, I think, is kind of outdated. The nations we are working with must come in and be part of what we are doing. There has to be a 50-50, I don't know the equation, contribution to the success of mission work. South Sudan government must just notice the importance of the UN and work with us, put in their contribution, put in our contribution, and drive the nation forward. Finally, this is now finally, although this has happened in South Sudan, the police are still the single institution that is still existing in this country. The police institution still exists. The army has been completely torn between different factions and factors affecting the crisis, but the police still stands out as an institution worth salvaging in South Sudan. So hope is not lost yet. We can still do something about the police, because without the police, the situation is going to get worse. The police must simply be in charge of public tranquility, in charge of law and order, in charge of... So we need to come in as UNPOL. I'm very happy that none of our UNPOL officers has given up. None of our police contributing countries have withdrawn staff from the UN. Instead, It has drawn them closer to us. We are in constant discussion. Country is calling the police commissioner, country is calling New York headquarters. How are our unpolls? What can we do better? What kind of skills are you looking for? Can we come in and have a discussion? I get this every day as police commissioner, and I think this is a very, very good development. We have just gone through an HRDDP process, human rights due diligence process. They assessed all our activities last week because the Secretary General has directed that we can't get involved into activities that enable these forces to abuse the rights of the citizens. So we made a presentation to the HRDDP committee, and quite a big number of activities have been cleared to continue, and a report will be sent probably this week to UN headquarters for them to give their opinion to. Thank you very much indeed. I know we have a lot to talk about, but we'll share the discussions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Yiga, for a very rich presentation. I see people were sitting on the edge of their chairs listening to you. You brought some very interesting insights to the discussion. I think whilst we are busy with this larger process of developing a United Nations police policy, guidelines, standing operating procedures, what you remind us of is the need within that context to be still flexible and to realize that situations can change overnight, which also means that the role of the police may change overnight from what they did previously to, for instance, becoming much more tactical, involved in protecting civilians in camps, as you've explained it to us, and how important the relationship with the police contributing countries is in that context, and at the same time how this crisis creates a new opportunity for strengthening networks, for building relationships. And I think another thing which you reminded us of, and which sometimes we think is old hat by now, is the relationship between the military and the police, but especially in this kind of stabilization context, to not forget that is something that we continuously need to refine and discuss and understand, and should be part of our policy process. So colleagues, I think with that 3 very rich presentations from the panel, we now have about 45 minutes for discussion, and we would really like the discussion to flow as much as possible. So I encourage you not to make it a question and answer session, but to raise your comments, to share your ideas, to make your contributions from the floor. And at the end of that discussion, we'll give the panelists an opportunity to reflect back and each of them to comment perhaps on some of the issues that were raised and so forth. But we really want to push the focus now to the floor and away from the panel for the next 35 minutes or so. So the floor is open to anyone who would like to contribute.
To the second session for today. It's a pleasure to be here as old peacekeepers with a long break now, but still involved in all the good discussions. We have an excellent panel for the next 2 hours to look into the transnational organized crime and the role of the international police in peace operations. And we heard earlier today that the peacekeeping and the peace operations in an exciting and very challenging time, where we have very demanding operations, and where the demand to each and one of the peacekeepers, both on the operational capacity but also on the specialists in the policing issues, are very, very high. There has been nice discussion on quantity and quality. We can further go on to that, but I think we have to leave it so far, at least to the end of this introduction. We have, this session considers actually how international policing in peace operation can deal more effectively with the threats posed by organized crime, and well as the role to be played by other actors and instruments in strengthening the rule of law and justice. We have 3 in the panels. Vibeke Hansen is the Deputy Director, Center for International Peace Operation, will open. She has a doctoral thesis in organized crime and peace operation in fragile states. We have Philip de Koning, Deputy Head of Mission. It's an EU mission in Sahel, Niger. Interesting, a new mission for me at least, so we look forward to that. And we have Thomas J. from the Deputy Rector on the Faculty of Academic Affairs and researched the Kofi Annan Peacekeeping Training Center, as all of us know, from a long time. So welcome on board to all three, and it will be an interesting session. Please listen carefully. I think we will have some issues to look into, and based on my own experience, both from the peacekeepings in 1992 and different other missions, and also today as head of the international department in the National Criminal Investigation Bureau, and looking into the international organized crime, I think we will have few challenges on top of already peacekeeping operations. So first of all, I give the floor to you, Vibke.
Many thanks. Thank you also for the kind introduction, and thank you to the Norwegian government, NUPI, and also the Challenges Forum for this opportunity to speak here today. Now, I heard what was said this morning about the recipes of academics who cannot cook, but having served in mission, I guess I feel at least 50% also a practitioner, and I can reassure you that I have no intention whatsoever to provide any recipes, but only food for thought. I was asked to introduce my working paper, so I will start by providing a broader outlook on the possible interfaces between organized crime and peace operations, or how organized crime can affect peace operations, trying by doing so to lay the ground for this panel and also for the ensuing discussion. What first sparked my interest in this topic is that there seems to be a whole discourse on transnational security threats emerging from fragile states, organized crime being one of the threats frequently mentioned in that regard. But there is actually very little discussion on what this actually means for stabilization processes, and indeed for peace operations, as one of the international community's primary instruments for stabilizing fragile and post-conflict states. So organized crime seems to be part of the rhetoric, and I think it's fair to say there is in fact also an increasing awareness of the threat, but I think this has not yet translated into policies and strategies in the field. And in fact, I believe that the police policy is one of the first peacekeeping policy documents to actually explicitly refer to countering organized crime in the context of peace operations. At the same time, there are actually a lot of interfaces between peace operations and organized crime, not only because they share the same area of operation, but also they pursue diametrically opposed goals, but depend on the cooperation with the same actors in pursuing those goals. So in my paper, I've outlined 7 possible interfaces between peace operations and organized crime. Here, also due to time, I just would like to highlight 4 that I think are particularly critical. First one is probably the most obvious one: organized crime undermines security. I think we're all aware of the role that organized crime can play in exacerbating or prolonging conflict, at least by financing conflict parties or generating economic spoilers in peace processes. But organized crime can also undermine security, peace and security in a variety of ways once a conflict has ended. And I guess there's really no need to tell this audience on how organized crime affects security. In some cases, violence emanating from criminal groups has even prompted peace operations to take robust actions against these groups. And there have also been cases, for example, in Kosovo, where mission personnel has directly been targeted by such groups. But I think the one aspect that is perhaps one of the most critical ones in this context is that proceeds from organized crime can also provide incentives for the continued existence of non-state armed groups after a conflict has ended. In Sierra Leone and Liberia, for example, resource-rich areas were long controlled by such armed groups, oftentimes in fact ex-combatants. And this was not only a security challenge, but also a challenge to the extension of state authority. Now, the second interface, peacekeeping can actually fuel organized crime. Peace operations have side effects, and one of those side effects, unintended side effects, can be that they provide directly or indirectly opportunities for organized crime. They can create a demand for illicit goods and services or illegally supplied goods and services, and the one connection that is well known and well researched is the connection between the demand for prostitution and an increase in human trafficking. But there are also ways in the way, or also the way emission is deployed can actually advantage criminal actors, and as can strategies that are deployed alongside emission. Think, for example, about sanctions. Sanctions busting is a big business for criminal entities, and perhaps again this became nowhere more clear than during the operations in Sierra Leone and Liberia. And actually looking at the reports of the panel of experts that were supporting the sanctions committees for Sierra Leone and Liberia, I was quite amazed how widely cast the international networks were that were in these cases involved in circumventing sanctions on arms, diamonds, and other natural resources. Peace operations, and this is a third interface or connection, sometimes co-opt criminal actors. Co-optation, I think, in principle makes a lot of sense in the context of peace operations. But I also think it reaches its limit fairly quickly, where actors are not politically motivated, but where they are motivated by a criminal economic agenda and continue to pursue this agenda. The Kosovo Liberation Army, I think, is one example of a rebel group which financed its political agenda through organized crime. It had close linkages to the Albanian mafia. And after the war, KLM members were integrated into the emerging administrative and governance structures of Kosovo, and in some cases without necessarily shedding their criminal ties. This led to close linkages between organized crime and members of Kosovo's emerging political elite, which then of course posed serious problems, first of all for UNMIK, the UN mission there, and then later on for ULEX, the EU mission that took over certain functions from the UN in the Kosovo. Now, I'm not saying that there's always a way around co-opting these actors, but I think that we need to be very vigilant in certain situations. For example, when peace agreements include power-sharing arrangements with groups supported or funded initially through organized crime. One factor that I think is often underestimated, but it's been mentioned today a number of times, and here I come to my fourth interface, is organized crime corrupting elites. Obviously, for peace operations, the politically relevant elite is one of the most critical partners, and without their cooperation, and Commissioner Panea has also emphasized this today, without their cooperation, many of the peacekeeping and peace-building tasks are actually almost impossible. For organized crime groups, corrupting precisely those actors is a key strategy for conducting their illegal activities with impunity. In many host nations, we've actually seen, or we're still seeing, linkages between the elite and criminal activities. And actually recently, the Secretary General has been very outspoken on this with regard to Guinea-Bissau, where drug trafficking is allegedly supported by members of defense forces, of the security forces, as well as the political elite. And of course, Guinea-Bissau is not the only country that is affected in this way. Such situations obviously pose some very principal challenges for the sustainability of institution building, of institutional reform, including police reform. I think this is also a problem that was witnessed at the beginning of MINUSTA in Haiti. Peace operations, and this is the last of the interfaces I briefly want to address, also in many cases combat organized crime. UN peace operations are actually rarely mandated explicitly, at least not from the outset, to deal with organized crime. And I think, in fact, in terms of CSDP missions, EUCAP Nestor is the first one that is explicitly mandated to do so, and I think we'll be hearing more about that. But nevertheless, peace operations have so far employed a wide range of measures aimed at countering organized crime and illicit economic activities in the host nations. And obviously, the police are the ones who have the most experience here. However, many of these measures or activities were only integrated into mandate implementation over time and not part of a strategy from the very beginning. They were integrated into mandate implementation in response to developments on the ground. In Kosovo, for example, UNMIK started an organized crime bureau 3 years into the mission's life. And I think in MINUSTA stocked up its capacity to support the Haitian Coastal Guard in providing maritime patrolling after 5 years. So for certain measures, in certain cases, there have been time lags, and these time lags can, of course, advantage criminal actors. I think what is interesting is that in certain cases, references to combating organized crime might not be found in the initial mandate, but then they would be found in the progress and the exit benchmarks, which I think illustrates the significance that is assigned to countering organized crime for long-term stability. But I also think this illustrates some of the discrepancies in current approaches. Combating crime is not part of the mandate, missions are not necessarily equipped from the outset to do so, but then it's seen as a precondition or at least as a factor for a sustainable exit. So I think from these observations it is possible to draw, or I would like to draw, 4 arguments why I think a more strategic approach of dealing with organized crime in the context of peace operations is urgent. The first one is the extent. Organized crime in mission environments is not a side issue. I think we need to recognize the many host nations that are actually affected by this challenge, and I think we also need to recognize the broad array of actors that are involved in criminal activities out of different motivations. For organized crime groups, obviously it's an end. For rebels, it might be a way of funding their agenda. For elites, profits from criminal activities can actually be a political resource. And for ex-combatants, it might be a way of making a living in the immediate post-conflict situation. So looking at it that way, organized crime also has a lot to offer in these situations where many actors seek to make a living, to realize political agendas, to realize other aspirations, but in the face of very few, of a dire economy and of very few sort of institutionalized processes already in place. The second reason follows the notion of first do no harm. Missions can inadvertently make things worse if there's not sufficient recognition of this threat and its particular characteristics or its particular linkages, networks in a given situation. The third reason is that you actually limit your chances for success of these missions if you do not protect the mission and mandate implementation against the influence of organized crime. I think this is very apparent when it comes to some of the police activities that are outlined in the policy. However, I think that the impact that organized crime has on missions goes beyond the police component and beyond those immediately dealing with the subject matter. In fact, I think that organized crime affects the core business of peacekeeping. It can undermine mandate implementation, whether it's in the area of security, whether it's in supporting peace agreements, or whether it's in relation to the various peace-building and state-building tasks that today are assigned and carried out by peace operations. And finally, as peace operations are already dealing with organized crime, illicit economies in many ways out of necessity at any rate, we might as well enable them to do so more efficiently. So to conclude with, I believe that this is not only an issue for the United Nations, but this is also an issue for other deployers, for the European Union, for the African Union, for the others. I also believe that within the UN, this is not only a secretariat issue, but this is an issue for the secretariat, but it's also an issue for the Security Council, and in particular, I think it's an issue for the member states. I think a more strategic approach of dealing with organized crime in the context of peace operations will not be possible without the support of member states. And I think there are many in member states, among the TCCs, among the PCCs, who have rightful concerns about adding perhaps yet more tasks to UN mandates, which already seem overloaded as they are. Missions seem under-resourced to implement them as it is. And of course, this could have resource implications in terms of finances, in terms of personnel. We heard from ASG Titov this morning about the high-grade skill sets that might be needed in that regard. But I think it is important at the same time to look at the return on investment and also to keep in mind that such a strategic approach would not be a diversion of attention from the actual mandate, but in many cases it might actually be necessary to enable mandate implementation and to also protect achievements. And while there is as of yet not a full strategy in police operations, I think there are a lot of experiences from past and current missions, and a lot of experiences, of course, in particular in the police, that can serve as starting points for a strategic approach. I also think there are some very innovative initiatives. The West African Coast Initiative was already mentioned this morning. So I think not only in that regard can the police have a unique, or does a unique role, has a unique role to play in advancing efforts for a more strategic approach. Police has the knowledge, the experience, including from the fields, the insights to act as a catalyst. And in that sense, I find the police policy and the deliberations on countering organized crime in that policy very encouraging. But at the same time, countering organized crime in the broader sense, I think, is an issue that is not limited to the police. And although, of course, tasks like getting up local capacity to deal with organized crime and supporting host nations in doing so very early on can be decisive, I believe that we need to think not only about targeting criminals and targeting their operations and actions, but we also need to think about worsening their working conditions, which means we need to think about those factors that make a country vulnerable to organized crime, and we need to think about those factors that actually act as enablers for organized crime. And of course, weak law enforcement is an important factor in this, but I think it's only one of many factors. Many thanks.
Very good presentation in the fast speed. And for those who want to read, and hopefully read it before, there is a very good summary here on the whole issue. I think it's quite important, and a few points that I will raise after the last speech here. Quite interesting, and also your focus on organized crime and as UN personnel as a part of it. And I think that's also another issue that it's quite difficult to handle in a mission. So thanks a lot. Philip.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, you're ready. EU mission Sahel Niger, and I was informed that there's a mission. You will explain a little bit more, but established based on the organized crime and focus on terrorism.
On terrorism.
Yeah. So you're welcome on board.
Thank you very much for inviting me. First of all, it's a pleasure and a real honor to be here. And although I feel a little bit lonely as a EU boy within the great United Nations network, I think I will cope and I will resist. So my name is Philippe de Koning. I'm acting head of mission of EU mission in the Sahel, EUCAP Niger. And it's quite a special mission because it's a small mission. First, it's small in size, but it's, as you know, it's a mission in the framework of the CSDP, the Common Security and Defense Policy of the European Union. And as you know, most of the missions are sent to conflict regions or post-conflict regions. And here in my mission, it's not the case actually. Niger is, I have to say, a very stable country, but in a region which is totally unstable. And I think it was the aim of the European Union to send a mission to do a lot of things, to do a lot of activities before the conflict happens. And I think this is maybe the way forward, but once again, this is new. This is a small mission, and I think it's good if I can set you the framework of our mission, and then later on maybe we can ask some questions. You can ask some questions, or we can discuss about this. So two important documents. First of all, as you know, the European Union has an own European Union strategy for the Sahel. In that strategy, we are talking about development, we are talking about security, but most of all, we are talking about the link between security and development, and that it's not possible to have a certain form of development if there is no security. So in this regard, you have to see our mission as a first step into this European Union strategy for development and security. Secondly, very important, the Nigerian government itself has a strategy for development and security. So this is a very important document for us, and actually we are there to help them to implement their own security strategy. And then last but not least, there was a council decision, 16 July 2012, And in August, the first elements of our mission were sent to Niger. And then 1 year after the mission was established, we signed the SOMA, which is the status of mission agreement with the host country. This as a legal framework. What is the mandate of our mission? I told already, it's quite specific and it's quite limited as well. We are there only in the framework of organized crime and anti-terrorism. So the mandate is actually to help the Nigerians to reinforce their own capacities of all the Nigerian security and defense actors, which is La Police Nationale, which is the Garde Nationale, Gendarmerie, and the armed forces. Because this is also specific in Niger, like in our countries, it's not only the police who is dealing with organized crime and with anti-terrorism, but it's also, and especially in the north, it's the armed forces. So we are there also to do some activities of policing together with the armed forces. This is very important. I told you this was our mandate. In order to reach our mandate, we have set ourselves 4 objectives. The first objective is to implement the security strategy of the Nigerian security forces, of the Nigerian government, and we call it actually interoperability. Because it's very important, we have 4, 5 security actors doing the same work. So the fact that they are doing it with the same standards, with the same procedures, is for us very important. So if we are organizing our trainings, it's always in the atmosphere of we are always inviting people from the different forces in order to reach this certain interoperability. Secondly, and it's in the mandate, and it was already mentioned by my colleagues from the other missions, it's coordination. Coordination is key, because in that little niche of anti-terrorism and organized crime, you have a lot of actors. You have already a lot of international actors. You have the European Union, you have the other instruments of the European Union, you have the United States, you have China, you have Japan, you have France, you have Spain. A lot of people are doing already something for organized crime and for anti-terrorism. And we received the mandate from the European Union to coordinate all these actors, which was actually in the beginning not easy, because everybody is talking about coordination, but nobody wants to be coordinated, especially if you are the last comer and you have to say, we want to coordinate you. But now, after 1 year and a half, I can say that a lot of international actors are very happy with this kind of initiative. And now we are really working on complementary aspects. And before that, a lot of people were trained by the same courses, were doing the same, so there were a lot of overlappings before our coordination role. Third objective in our mandate actually is strengthening the rule of law. Strengthening the rule of law by reinforcing the investigative capacities of the Nigerian security and defense forces. And here we're talking about forensics, here we're talking about statements, here we're talking about intelligence, information. So all training courses related to strengthening the rule of law, we are organizing or trying to organize together with the colleagues. And last but not least, our 4th objective is sustainability. Sustainability, indeed, it's very important, that because a CSDP mission by nature is short, cannot stay too long, at least this is the perception of the European Union. So it means once we want to leave there, it has to be sustainable. They have to take it in ownership and they have to do something by themselves. And if we are talking about sustainability, we are focusing on logistics, which is very important. Mobility, Niger is a huge country, it's 42 times the size of Belgium, so it's huge. So mobility, logistics are very important. And secondly, if we are talking about sustainability, we are talking about human resources, because it doesn't matter to organize very good training courses for people, to make them very specialists in anti-terrorism, if you see that 6 months later they are doing a mutation into another unit. So all our trainings are working hand in hand with the human resources politic. So these are our 4 objectives. Some characteristics of our mission. Our mission is a French-speaking mission, so it has advantages and disadvantages. The big advantage is that we can communicate with our police officers, with our soldiers in their own language, because this is the first language in Niger, is French. It has also a disadvantage, namely it was a kind of obstacle to recruit the right people, because we are working with 50 international experts. If you need an expert and also he has to be fluent in French because he has to teach in French, it's not always that obvious to get the right people. But I can tell you that now, after 1 year and a half, we have reached almost all our people or all our staff, so all our staff is in place, and I think it's an advantage if you can teach in the own language, because I think if you work with translators that you're losing a lot in the communication. We don't have an executive authority, we don't have an executive mandate, so it means we are there to support, to advise, to train, to do some projects. We still have a regional dimension. It was the meaning of the European Union to start with such an initiative in Niger. And for this reason we have a liaison officer in Mali and we have a liaison officer in Mauritania. And it was the aim to create, let's say, little units from our mission also in Mauritania and in Mali. But then the security situation in the region has changed that much that now we have even a European mission in Libya. Now we have two European missions almost in Mali. We have EUTM, European Union Training Mission. We will have a new civilian mission. We have MINUSMA, who is already in Mali. So the context, the security context has changed, and for this reason we still have a regional mandate, but I think the regional dimension of our mandate will be more to work together with the already European Union missions who are in the region. As I mentioned already, our primary activities is advice, but a lot of training, and we are doing micro projects. I think we have a project cell, and I think it's very interesting to have a project cell, and we are doing small projects in relation to the trainings that we are organizing. It was mentioned by my colleague from the UN mission. If you have to deal with forensics, if you are organizing training with forensics, you must give them the special equipment as well, that once the training is gone, they can go home with the special equipment and they can use it at home as well. So we are doing, we are funding also some projects in relation to training. And the size of our mission, I told you, it's a small mission. We are 51 international experts, police experts from European Union side. It's a civilian mission, so it means we have civilians, we have police officers, and we have also some military people. And we are also employing 28 local staff who are working, Nigerians who are working with us. Yeah, very fast, just to show you our structure. The structure of our mission is almost a mirror. If you look in the operational side, on the left-hand side, each objective is covered by one bureau, we call it. So we have a bureau interoperability, we have a bureau coordination, we have a bureau rule of law, and we have a bureau sustainability. Just to... Very important, what are the fundamental principles of our little mission? It all has to do with local ownership, and it was also mentioned by my colleagues. If the host country, if the host government is not besides you, it will not work. It will not work. And in Niger, I told already, it's not a failed state, far from. It's working very well, and they are working next to us. For that reason, to guarantee this local ownership even more, we have created two mechanisms. We have a steering committee for the strategic advice, and we have a technical committee. Later on I will explain you a little bit more about this. Second point, which is extremely important, sustainability. So we are working with training of the trainers. So first we are organizing the trainers. We are giving them courses as a trainer. Once they are a trainer, qualified training, we try to organize to have them a status. It means that they can stay 3 years, 4 years in the police force. And then once the trainers are formed, we train them in anti-terrorism and organized crime. And last but not least, the third pillar of our work is the comprehensive approach. We are not limiting ourselves to police officers and military, but also the justice. So we are also training prosecutors and judges. And now we are thinking, because the mandate will be extended for 2 years, and now we are thinking even in the new O plan to open our activities also to civil society, to university, to last year's students from university, because we are convinced together with the Nigerians that working on security is not only a matter of police officers, but is also a matter of citizens. Everybody has to work on that. Yeah. In order to guarantee this local ownership, we have created actually two committees. One steering committee, which is gathering every 6 months, and this is with the minister themselves, under the leadership of the Prime Minister, with the Minister of Interior, Minister of Justice, Minister of Defense, the head of mission, and some other people. So we are gathering every 6 months, and there we are making the action plan for the coming year, because this was a demand from the Prime Minister. Prime Minister wanted to have an action plan. He said, okay, what kind of roadmap, what will you do this year? So this was presented on the steering committee, and then under that we have the technical committee, which is a kind of follow-up. This gathers every month, and this is with the heads of the police forces, heads of the army, heads of the justice sector. And there we are following actually the action plan. How will we implement the action plan? So let's say the first is kind of strategic dialogue with the government, and secondly is more an operational dialogue. Yeah, just as an eye-catcher, I told you, so Niger is a very big country. It's independence from France from 18 million people. It's a very poor country. I think it's almost the poorest country in the world. And specific, it has a very high fertility rate. And also, although this is not in our mandate, but I want to draw the attention on that. It has a very high fertility rate. I think every woman on average has more than 7 births. So this is enormous. So I think also on that, so people should do something about this, because this is enormous. Just to show you, I told you Niger is, let's say, a stable country in a region which is quite unstable. And to draw your attention on that, I show you the map. So we have all the problems in the south of Libya. The corridor in the south of Algeria is like a corridor for illegal trafficking and terrorist movements. We have the conflict in the north of Mali, and I draw your attention that Niamey, the capital of Niger, is far much nearer to the northern Mali conflict than the capital Bamako, which is hundreds of kilometers away. In the south we have transnational crime, and then we have south of Niger you have Nigeria with Boko Haram, with hundreds and hundreds of deaths almost on a weekly basis. So I think it's, and I'm convinced that it was a very good decision from the European Union to send a mission not to a conflict zone, but to prevent a conflict, because I think it's true, if Niger should also collapse, then we have a major problem, I think, in West Africa. So in that regard, our mission is a little bit newish, because it's in order to prevent a conflict. So our domains of activity, what are we doing? I told you already, all our trainings advice is in the framework of interoperability, We are doing a lot of coordination, we are doing a lot of rule of law capacity building, and we are focusing on sustainability in logistics and human resources. Who are our beneficiaries of the GAP Sahel activities? It was mentioned already, figures are not important, I know it very well, but somehow you have to measure something. So, and it's one instrument to measure something. So I think until now, maybe we have already reached, which is quite considerable, more than 2,000 people we have given a specialized training. It's not a simple police training, but it's specialized training. We are talking about national police, national guards, gendarmerie, the armed forces, prosecutors, judges, and also high-ranking officials. And now there is a new kind of police, it's called municipal police. We are also training the municipal police. Our mission is based in Niamey, which is the capital. But this is not enough, and we are also very active in the other provinces. You have 8 provinces, but also this mobility, it's a problem for the Nigerians, but it's also a problem for us, because just to tell you, if you want to go from Niamey to Agadez, which is in the north, it's more than 1,000 kilometers, and you need a plane. So each time if our experts has to deplace them, we need an airplane. So also for the Nigerians, it's mobility is very, very important, and is really a need. Yeah, and I told you already about the projects and the new mandate. We will keep these projects because it's not a lot of money, but because it's related to training, it's so important that you can give a training, and later on, once the training is finished, you can give them something. Especially in Africa, it's important. You can give them something that goes hand in hand with this training, and so we want to keep this as well. I'm almost finished, so don't worry. Activities regarding the fight against organized crime. So what are we doing? Based on a needs assessment, together with, always together with the Nigerians, because this is the fil rouge of our activities, is it's always based on what they are asking us. It's not us, it's not European Union who wants to say now you have to focus on this, on that. No, it's always together with them. So the investigation capabilities and forensics, very important. And forensics, we are teaching forensics on different levels, not only on specialists, but also on those who are on the field level, if they are confronted with an attentat or with explosives, what to do, how to keep the place immune. Border management, very important in a huge country. Border management, let's say all forms of illegal or organized crime, terrorism, illegal traffic has to do with the border. So we are doing something with the border on 2 aspects. We are, let's say, on an operational one, we try to create some border stations, but also on a strategic level, because this is lacking. There is no strategic document, and it's a huge challenge, because borders, we are talking about 1,000 kilometers of borders, and these borders are not visual. It's the desert, so you cannot border management, the concept of European Union border management is absolutely not the concept that you should use if you're talking about border management in Africa. So it's very special. Strengthening intelligence capacities, all that has to do with intelligence. There's a very, very big demand, so it means collecting of intelligence, analysis of intelligence, dissemination of intelligence, working together with intelligence between the different police forces, because we have seen also this is a major problem, because if you know something, it's considered as a kind of a force, so we must be very careful with that. And we are also doing a big part, judicialization of the armed forces. As I told you, the armed forces are also dealing with terrorism and with organized crime, so we teach them, let's say, the basic policing activities. And then regional coordination, we try to work together with Frontex, WAPIS, AFIS, so on. Okay, to summarize, what are the challenges that we are facing? First of all, geographical. The vastness of the country, don't underestimate the vastness of a country on your activities, on your effectiveness of your police activities. Secondly, lack of equipment. It was already mentioned by my colleagues. Listening devices, surveillance, mobility, cars, planes, helicopters, they have nothing at all. Economic, you have to say, I was drawing the attention on illegal activities up in the north, but it's a fact you have to face. Local populations are making a living by supporting these activities. So if you are fighting certain kind of activities, you are a little bit counterproductive the first years. So you have to take this into account. Also on the political side, what the politics are willing is not always the same as what the police force or the army is willing. So we have to negotiate with both sides. Each time if you want to do something, you have to involve politics and the chiefs of the defense forces and security forces. And then of course the linkage, it's interlinked. If you want to fight terrorism, you have to fight organized crime and almost vice versa. It's interlinked, and it's a long-term undertaking. This is not that 1 year or 2 years, it's a long-term undertaking. So I come to my conclusion. What are our perspectives? We will try to put particular emphasis on border management, because everything has to do, especially if you remember the map, a lot of influences are coming from south, from north, from east, from west, so we have to do something about the border management. A regional dimension, although that we will focus on the activities in Niger, organized crime, terrorism is a regional problematic, so our mission will have and stay with this regional mandate. But the emphasis will be more on working together with the other European Union instruments already in the region. And last but not least, this kind of mission is a long-term undertaking. Fight against terrorism, against organized crime is a long-term undertaking. And last but not least, and then I finish, a mission. The European Union is very much emphasizing on a global approach. So the CSDP mission is one of the instruments that the European Union is doing in the region. So we have also a delegation of the European Union there who has a lot of funds and who has other instruments for stability on the long term and on the short term. So all what we are doing actually is very well coordinated with all the other instruments of the European Union, and I think that this is the way forward, because a CSDP mission by nature, we have a lot of experience, but we don't have a lot of money, and usually the delegations have other instruments, have the budget, have the money, but have not always the experience. So if you put these two together, I think we can go alone. That was it. Thank you very much. So this was my little presentation about our mission. If you have later on some questions or if you want to discuss some points, I'm more than happy to.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. Interesting brief on the situation in the EU mission, and I'm quite sure there's a lot of best practice to bring from the mission, and also to look this mission into a broader perspective of the whole regional problem on the organized crime. That's a small reflection. I don't want to put the small details but from my perspective today, and also cooperating with Interpol countries and Europol and also down in the region, it's everything is connected, as we said. If you're talking about piracy, if you're talking about drug cocaine traffic, if you're talking about trafficking human beings, support to terror organizations, it's all connected. And in between here and on the top, we have a peace operation, peacekeeping operation, or a political missions from either UN or EU to cope with this. It's quite a challenge. But we will have more from the region. We will have Thomas J, Deputy Director from the I said Kofi Annan Peacekeeping Training Center. That's where we know it from. The floor is yours. Give us some brief from the region and your experience from the center. I think that's interesting.
Thank you very much. First, let me thank the two previous speakers for taking some steam out of my own presentation, in the sense that when you talk organized crime, sometimes the language is almost the same, the issue is almost the same. So what I want to do really is to digress a little bit and talk about the environment within which organized crime is taking place. And I think the environment is important because, one, it enables us to be able to think more critically, first about what we say is organized crime in the first place, second, about who the actors are, and third, about the subject of this, if you like, a forum, which is policing. Who's doing policing, who is keeping order, who is providing security, who is providing justice in this box called the African state, or say in Mali, in Guinea-Bissau, in Liberia, in Cote d'Ivoire, and other places. Who is it that is providing policing for all of the citizens? Should we in fact be focusing on this institution called the police, or should we also be looking at other institutions within society in order for us to be in a position to reach out to the communities that need it most? And I think this is very important because very often when we look at the state or when we intervene from outside, what we try to do in our process of state building or state rebuilding, we focus on those institutions that we think are providing internal peace, that are providing internal security, that are providing internal justice. And in my own experience, growing up in communities in which there are other institutions that provide exactly the same kind of services, I found that a little bit not welcoming. And that's what I want to talk to see how we can stretch our arms a little bit about policing in that environment. And I'm happy you talk about the porosity of the borders, the huge territories, and all of that. I mean, some of these territories, you could put 1 million police people there, you will still not cover it. Mali is a classic example. And I think we need to talk about that. So first, let me make one general statement. And that general statement is about seeing other organized crime as merely any crime that is organized. And here I will agree with Stan Gilmore, Chief Detective, Inspector of the Thames Valley Police, who says that in order for a particular crime to fulfill the necessary conditions to be truly organized, the people who are carrying out the crimes must organize themselves in a way that their behavior is contained within an operating framework and one that seeks monopoly over other criminals. And organized criminals are cockles of the underworld. They seek advantage over other crooks. And they are or seek to be gang masters or crime bosses of their villainous fiefdoms. Now, the kind of organized crime that I'm used to in, say, for example, Godfather or in South Central, they're ruthless, they're brutal, they seek to control and all of that. Is this the same kind of crime that we're talking about? Or we're talking about totally different types of crimes in which those who are involved in organized crimes are even collaborating to carry on their activities in particular environment. And that for me is very important. The second other statement is that, organized crime itself, transnational in nature, is very, very complex, and there are diverse actors in the first place. And this in itself presents a serious challenge in terms of what do we do in order to deal with them. And here, whenever we talk about transnational organized crime, the things that come to mind right away are things like piracy, cyber crime, money laundering, human trafficking, and all of the trafficking that we can talk about. Then, of course, we have the issue of terrorism, say, for example, in the Sahel, which in itself is something that we have to deal with, but that has also moved to, say, in a country like Nigeria, where Boko Haram has become a headache, and for me, not just for Nigeria, but the experience of Boko Haram, to what extent will we see this in other communities in West Africa, for me, is very important. And that's why I don't see Boko Haram as a Nigerian problem. And if ECOWAS and the AU and other institutions like the EU will want to deal with the situation, they have to deal with it comprehensively, in the sense that what is happening in Nigeria could happen just in any other country where the environment is ripe to lead to such situation. Now, there's one major situation that I want to talk about, and there are three things. But the first really is the nature of the state itself within the region, and the way in which those who carry out these criminal activities have the potential to infiltrate not just the bureaucracies, as one of the speakers said, when you have all these peace agreements, any situations in which people need money to gain political power through elections by, throwing about money here and there, and why it is easier for those kinds of individuals to be able to provide money to those who have the potential to come to power, but they also infiltrate the security institutions themselves in a very, in a way that makes the whole process very, very much complicated. The other complication has to do with the legal systems that we have, the sort of legislation that we have within the region. Say, for example, if someone was involved in drug trafficking and you were caught in Liberia and put in prison as a culprit, certainly I could take you out with $300 or $500 bill, because the crime is billable. The legal systems in the country were never developed to deal with that sort of challenge. So when we talk about constitutional review, when we talk about a legal review, certainly many of these other things need to be factored into it as we do judicial reform, judicial services reform and all of that. Because if the legal system provided loopholes for criminals to manipulate and escape punishment, then certainly it makes the environment very good for them to operate. And they can use the illegal, they can use the environment to engage in their illicit, if you like, enterprise. Then there's a point you made about understanding the sort of relationship between the socioeconomic structures that tie people to these activities. And I think it's very, very important in terms of why certain people who benefit from these activities will like to close their eyes to the criminal behavior of some of these individuals. In a situation where people are living below the poverty line, and certainly you're correct, where is the incentive to collaborate with people undertaking international policing? And so in situations in which international police will depend on the local police, this presents a real challenge, even in situations in which the police officers are paid real low salaries. Very few of them will live to the principles of their professions, but the vast majority, in my own experience, will certainly be susceptible to bribery and corruption. So how effective can we be? What implications does this have for policing, for that matter? And all of this is important. You talk about the equipment and personnel and the other rest of it. The second one, therefore, is the one that I want to focus on a little bit more. And this is the issue of how you collaborate with local police in terms of addressing the sort of threats posed by these crimes and criminal behaviors. But I think why it is important to look at the sort of recognized statutory agencies like the police, we also need to look at different actors that could be of use in this process. And for here, when we look at money laundering, certainly you can't deal with it without the cooperation of the banking institutions. The media has a role to play. But more importantly, the one that I want to focus on are the traditional and customary agencies that also provide security, justice, and order throughout these countries. Now, I'm not trying to be very romantic about these institutions. I know their weaknesses, but all I'm asking for is that when you do this kind of business, you need to first acknowledge that they do exist, two, appreciate their role in this process, and three, recognize, their role in it. Because whether we like it or not, that is the reality that we're faced with. The farther you travel outside the capitals, and let me use Liberia as a case example here. The farther you travel outside of Monrovia, the less you will have police people. So the question we ask ourselves is, who is it that is providing order, justice, and security in the villages where the state is not present? Who provides it? And when you ask the local villagers, they will give you the names of those who provide it in the absence of these institutions. Because the point I'm making here is that we assume that where the modern state is not present, there are no political communities. That certainly is not true. There are political communities, but they're not operating as you will see the modern state structures that you have in the capitals. Because in most cases, what we see here is that a lot of emphasis is placed on strengthening the capacity of state institutions, because we see them as providers of peace and order, and we also see state fragility as obstacles to the maintenance of international peace. Now, with such situations, what we are missing here is an alternative approach that will enable us to appreciate and acknowledge the local historical, cultural, and social context within which we are operating. So rather than rely solely on the state and its coercive institutions, I think we need to look back a little bit and look at the role of customary and traditional institutions. Because in most cases, these institutions coexist and complement. They are not conflictual. They coexist and complement the modern state institutions. Because the point that we need to realize is that in a hybrid political order, the state does not have the privileged position of being the sole provider of the sort of services that we are trying to discuss here. There are other institutions that are legitimate, that have authority, and do provide the sort of services that we're talking about. This is true in Liberia, this is true in Cote d'Ivoire, this is true in Sierra Leone, and this is also true in Mali, and in fact, Nigerian and all of these places that have been talked about in the Sahel. So in an environment that is characterized by hybrid political orders, my view is that this notion that the state is the only institution that has monopoly over violence and the use of force, certainly that argument doesn't hold. It's contested. And our study of urban and rural areas in Liberia in recent months verifies this assumption. We cover 4 areas in 2 distinct counties in the area. And there was consensus among the people about who provides security, justice, and order in their community. For them, it was not necessarily the state, but the elders, the traditional chiefs, the secret societies, women and youth groups, and religious leaders in the community. These people were very, very important. So their role in dealing with transnational organized crime cannot be underestimated. They can play a role, but what we need to do is to see how we create awareness among these people and the communities in which they live in order for them to play a collaborative role with the local police and by extension with the external elements. Because to leave them out certainly is a missing link. The other point is what was talked about in terms of the sort of porous borders. Again, when you look at the issue of the porous border, the point you have right now is that, say, for example, in Liberia, officially there are 36 official entry points in Liberia. But there are more than 103 unofficial entry points. That is the ones we know. I need not talk about Mali or Niger. I mean, Mali is about the size of France and Belgium put together. Until I went into Mali to really understand what was obtaining in that country, I didn't realize that you could travel 3 hours by air from Bamako to Kidal. 3 hours. And that's a huge stretch of land. So the question is, here, and you're right, you're dealing with terrorism, transnational organized crime, illicit trafficking, and everything. So what is going to be the role of MINUSMA in this complex environment in which they are operating, especially with the kind of mandate that they will have? I think there's a fellow from MINUSMA here who might tell us what their mandate is. But again, you're dealing with secessionist tendencies from the Tuaregs and all of that. In the process of dealing with transnational organized crimes and the complexity of issues that you have to deal with, my fear is we might sometimes then divert from our core business. That is, how do we terminate the conflict to create the environment for the Malian people themselves to be able to deal with some of these things? Yes, it is important for us to deal with transnational organized crime, but how do we work in a way that the other things that we need to do are not undermined in the process? That, for me, is a major challenge. So it's not just law enforcement, you have to deal with human rights issues and all of that. And then what is the level of preparedness of the local and international actors who are trying to deal with, who are trying to operate in this kind of environment? That, for me, is also very, very important. But all of this has implications. By way of a sort of final point, all of this has implications for the way in which we are trying to transform, say, policing as part of the security sector reform processes globally. What I've come to realize is that these days when we talk security sector reform, there are a lot of people who jump on board that process. But even what makes it even more complex for me is the fact that there is the assumption that this debate is new. For me, it is not new. This was part of the debate in the 60s and the 70s with modernization and institutional transfer. How we use that to understand what is obtaining is very important. So the whole process of institutional transfer, which is implicit in this SSR project, is something that we need to interrogate and problematize in the process. And by doing that, you have to improve the operational environment in order for there to be operational efficiency in the first place. Now, like I said, in the situation in which you have weak legislation, there's also a problem. I have been in the countries where I'm told, oh, this is the best security sector reform process we've seen in this sub-region. And I asked them, how old is your police act? The act, the legislation that guides you as a police officer, and I'm told it's 1964. But you just finished your SSR process in 2002, 2003. How come up to this point, 10 years down the road, we still see an act that is 1964? And many of the countries don't even have police acts. Many of them don't have legislations that many of the acts that guide these institutions, these acts are colonial acts. Maybe some of them in the 1820s or something like that. If I'm not exaggerating. But the point I'm making is when we try to transform policing, we have to make sure that the environment is very comprehensive. And that the actors we bring on board are also very comprehensive in order for it to be effective. So I close well on that note. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Who volunteered for head of mission again? It's quite a complex environment, and thanks a lot, Jay, for your presentations. You gave a very broad picture on the general situation in the region, and included different aspects that's quite interesting. One of those I put on my note was actually this issue of salaries. And that's an ongoing challenge when you get into a mission, and you have all the donor countries and on board in the short-term perspective, but what about the long-term and sustainable public sector that has to be a part of the process? And also the security sector reform was mentioned, as we said, where we have, I think we were in Liberia, we had 15 different law enforcement agencies that were supposed to be vetted and screened and built up again. And some were merged and others were phased out in the proper way. So there's quite a challenge on the ground. You mentioned other actors, Frontex, the West Africa Initiative. There are so many issues in this regional context, in all conflict areas and region where we have fragile states. Quite interesting, as I said, that how do we cope? I'm more practical. I have a very practical approach when we're dealing with all those issues. When you get into the mission, how do you plan a mission? If it's a political mission or if it's a peacekeeping operation, DPKO mission. Who prepared a threat assessment before you go into a country, focusing on the organized crime, the cross-border crime in the whole region? Do we have the right personnel, the competent personnel on board? I think that's quite essential when you start the planning of a mission and you start within the New York or within Europe or within the African Union missions to plan for a mission. Intelligence is a word that was in 1992 my first mission. You couldn't even talk about it. Today it's a transparent process. Everybody understand that you have to run intelligence and you need a proper intelligence body and the mechanism in place. The JMAC in a peace operation is an excellent body, but I'm not sure if it's properly working up to date. I have been away from the mission, but I think there are different experiences. Robert? You said it. Yeah, I said it. And also, how do we enter into the mission? We have a UN Security Council mandate, we have a political mandate, or we have a peacekeeping operation mandate. We have also Security Council resolutions on organized crime, focusing on drug counterterrorism. We also have to see into if you have an executive mandate or if we have an advisor mandate or assisting mandate, as I like to call the last new mandates. The first integrated mission in Liberia back in time, where we have a huge assistant focus, both on foreign police unit, but also on UN police. And how do we recruit the police component, a so-called robust police component, into the mission? And how to get into the mission in the integrated approach, where you also need a DDR process. And that you're an expert on this from your time. And I think there has to be also a holistic approach to this to fill the gap. Because when you enter into the new mission, you need to fill the gap in a way where it's given a space for the criminals. And how do you fill the gap on security and also the reform process? My experience is actually, from the last one is from Liberia, and also attended a few of those senior mission leadership training and try to keep updated. It seems like today and probably this week, we are talking a lot of the UN policing in the mission, but we cannot stand on the feet alone without the military and also the country team and all the other actors on the ground. So that is quite important, the planning process. I'm focusing on the planning process because if you don't plan properly, it will go wrong. 100% sure. And also focus on which competence do you need on the ground. There is a discussion on this capacity, quantity and capacity. If we like it or not, in the startup of a mission, we have to look into the capacity, the numbers. It's to be visible, to see the blue helmet and the blue flag. So how do you plan for the mission to get into the competence on also looking into the new strategy on this peace operations, but on organized crime? There are so many spoilers in the field. And how do you cope with that? It has to be planned, it has to be a strategy, but all nice policy papers and strategy papers, it needs to be operationalized. And that's where you focus into the leadership, into a mission. And a strong leadership who take the lead and put the focus. And we are talking about different actors. Experience, we have the whole UN family. We have the local actors on the ground. I'm very happy that we mentioned the local ownership and the national ownership. And I think it's the future. And the organized crime is still a spoiler in missions. It's still a spoiler, and there are too many actors on board that don't coordinate. And who is the coordinating body in the field? And how can we cope with that? So I can talk for half a day on this, as you can hear. I will not do that. I will give the floor to you. And if you have comments, reflections, questions to the panel that has field experience, different aspects. One is more close to the field than others. You have been in the mission. You have a very good perspective from your academic background in the region and also field work. So please, the floor is yours.
Please go and pick up those devices in the corner of this room. One presentation will be in French. Yes, please. Okay, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I think it's time to start. We are a bit late. For good reasons. Many questions, many interventions. So I hope that also this part of the conference will spark a lot of interventions from the floor. So this is the final session of today's seminar, and this part covers the very central challenge of capacity building and development of local police forces and the role of international police. I have the honor to chair this distinguished panel of excellent speakers, and as we have done before, I will open up the floor for questions and answers after the three panelists have presented their topics. And I hope this will result in an interesting debate on a subject that, by experience, is one of the most daunting challenges that face our police keepers in peace operations. And not only is capacity building and development of the police quite complicated to achieve, but it's also an activity that peace operations often are measured against. And I guess the reason is that without a well-functioning police organization, it's difficult to achieve a sustainable peace. And I do speak out of some personal experiences here. I was head of the European Union police mission in Palestine for 2.5 years during a period when we were doing a lot of capacity building activities in close cooperation with UNDP and others. Having said that, I would like to start by inviting Dr. Marina Capparini of the Norwegian Institute for International Affairs to introduce your very interesting background paper. So please.
Thank you. The new UN policy on police in peacekeeping operations and special political missions is quite a dense document. It's the most up-to-date and comprehensive statement of UN policy on police peacekeepers. So it covers a lot of ground. Police capacity building and development is addressed throughout this document. I did a search and there are over 70 discrete mentions of capacity or capacity development in the 30 pages of the main document. I just want to very briefly go over the main lines of how police capacity building and development is covered in the policy. First of all, the policy sets out a number of key principles, 15 of them, that should inform all UN police peacekeeping activities, and these principles range from respect for human rights to opposition of all forms of corruption, emphasis on national ownership, gender sensitivity, responsiveness, interest in sustainability, and the expectation that capacity building be demand-driven. And that's just a selection of those 15. The document sets out that the UN police have two core functions. First of all, providing operational support for law enforcement, and secondly, providing support for the reform, restructuring, and rebuilding of host state police. And the aim of reform, restructuring, and rebuilding is to help develop effective host state police capacity to provide representative, responsive, and accountable police services of the highest possible police standard. It lists 5 common instruments in police capacity building and development. Very briefly, material support, so the provision of physical infrastructure, uniforms, office equipment. Secondly, training. The policy sets out that UNPOL should assist with education and standardized training. Thirdly, monitoring, advising, and mentoring. The policy importantly notes a shift in its approach away from wholesale mentoring towards deploying a limited number of highly skilled and highly qualified mentors targeting key counterparts. And the policy mentions the development of the organizational structure and management system in the host state police. And finally, the strengthening of governance, accountability, and integrity in the host state police. So the job that faces DPKO now is to define more specific guidance for those who are actually working in the field to implement policy, this policy on police capacity building and development. And they need to ensure that that guidance is actually in a form that field staff will find useful and credible. I'd like to focus my remarks primarily on some of the key challenges and questions that I think this policy raises. I guess most strikingly to me, the policy document itself underscored the extent to which police capacity building and development is actually not a technical exercise, although that's often how it is perceived. And there are assistance types and activities that perhaps do have a more technical aspect, but rather police capacity building and development is a deeply political undertaking. And it's most visible in the efforts to transform government governance arrangements, accountability and oversight, and change norms, organizational norms within the police about policing, as well as norms about political interference in operational policing. I would even argue that in resource-starved environments, even apparently technical types of assistance, such as providing vehicles or building special infrastructure, is very likely also to affect power relations between different police organizational actors. One of the key principles set out in the police policy is the recognition that police peacekeeping that the political context of police peacekeeping is recognized, and that police authorities should also seek the political commitment from local state authorities. It's one thing to acknowledge this political element, but how to implement it in practice. I suspect that this is a feature also from the very beginning of peacekeeping mission. And that leads me to my second question. How does police capacity building work at the very earliest stage? The police policy states that capacity building will begin as early as possible with basic police skills training. Well, who determines how that is done? For example, the specific model of, let's say, traffic policing or conducting an arrest. And what is focused on first? Are there analyses of how this has been done in various types of mission environments? And how is capacity building harmonized with the longer-term process of security sector reform, which according to UN standards should be a highly inclusive, locally owned process involving extensive consultation among local stakeholders, civil society, etc., and the development of a multi-sector plan. So how do you square this immediate focus on capacity building with this longer-term engagement in security sector reform? I'm hoping that in the next few days as well, we'll hear from the standing police capacity participants about how they actually roll out, whether they roll out a standardized plan, what sort of factors they take into consideration, and what have been some of their lessons learned in terms of what to do, what not to do, and what have subsequent police missions learned about the effects, if any, of those very, very early decisions. I think another challenge that the police policy throws up is that of coordinating the many actors in police capacity building and development. Institutional reform involving the police and the broader rule of law sector is a very crowded field. It involves, just from the UN side, numerous agencies, which raises issues of coordination, not least within the chain of justice, that is between the courts, the police, and the correction system. But this is multiplied when you take into consideration that there are other actors populating the rule of law environment, from international financial institutions to bilateral donors, to non-governmental organizations, to private consultancies. It's a very crowded field. And can these many actors be coordinated? To what extent is it actually possible or feasible? The third challenge is that of adapting police capacity building to the local context. In terms of mentoring, for example, in some cultures, age and seniority are very important issues, and they affect the modalities of things like mentoring. It also affects how effective, how much impact mentoring is going to have. If a junior or a young police officer is assigned to mentor a more senior or older host state police officer in a culture where this actually matters. The culture of host nations may also hold other norms that differ quite significantly from international standards. And one of the examples I give in the paper concerns the use of force. In various host state societies, it's seen as a more mundane aspect of establishing social control. And use of force by the police may be seen as an acceptable, even an expected means of establishing the authority of the local police. And this has been the observation of police peacekeepers, as well as ethnographers who have actually embedded themselves with police in various countries, ranging from West Africa to the Pacific Islands. So it raises difficult questions, not only about how to transfer norms, but whether those efforts to transfer norms will have impact. Again, going back to this ethnographic research on police in Ghana and Niger, police there face a legal regime, for example, the prohibition against excessive use of force. They face scrutiny by human rights monitors and civil society groups. But simultaneously, they face expectations that they produce signed confessions from the judiciary in order to process a case. And in this environment, it tends to lead to use of force during interrogations. They also face expectations and sometimes are ordered by their police superiors to apply force. And they also encounter public expectations that some types of offenders in the community will be physically beaten. Furthermore, these cops face personal uncertainty because they weren't trained actually in the use of force, as in how to subdue a non-compliant suspect. So it underscores the numerous intersecting dilemmas faced by host state police and police in fragile and developing societies, and the very complex issues that we're confronted by when we undertake to help change police behavior, because it isn't just about the police themselves, it's also about expectations in the broader justice sector and about in the public more broadly. I'd also say that a key challenge that I think we have discussed a few times today is ensuring that police capacity building and development reflects host state needs. Fundamentally, are police capacity building and development goals and activities really reflecting the needs and priorities of the host society, that is, of the majority of people on the ground in the societies hosting international peacekeeping missions? And this is a difficult audience to talk about this in, but does police capacity building in counterterrorism and even countering organized crime, does it really reflect what is most urgent for the bulk of the population in many host state populations? And to what extent do donor preferences and security concerns of major donors influence the police capacity building and development agenda? And whose priorities should take precedence? The police policy notes the increasing use of public perception surveys, and it endorses this as an operating procedure. Is transnational organized crime going to be reflected in survey results as a priority of the people in these societies? Will state police and formal justice institutions also be seen as relevant in serving everyday people's justice and security needs? Well, we know already from surveys that have been conducted across West Africa on the security and justice needs of people that, in fact, they don't see organized crime and terrorism as their primary concerns, nor do they see state institutions as their mode of recourse. We also need to consider to what extent police capacity building and development in these areas of transnational organized crime or countering transnational organized crime and countering terrorism, to what extent are they negatively impacting on other goals, those of good governance, oversight, and accountability of police and other security actors? And as such, how can the police guidance that DPKO will start to formulate in more detail, how can this help police peacekeepers negotiate that tension that arises in some contexts where counterterrorism and organized crimes security assistance is being provided? This tension between making host state police more effective in countering those types of phenomena, but also effective in strengthening oversight and accountability of police to their local populations. And I want to end with a final challenge, one that was also raised in the last session, and that is acknowledging and working with the essential hybridity of many host states. In many of the countries that are hosting peacekeeping missions, the vast majority of disputes, we know between 80 and 90% of them, are handled by the informal, customary, or traditional sector, justice sector. And this is an essential hybridity of the state. There are formal state institutions, and there is the traditional or customary sector. How can guidance for UN policing start to widen its scope from the purely state institutional sector, that is the state police and justice sector, and acknowledge and work more effectively in an environment where these informal and customary justice and security providers are by far the most meaningful actors for the majority of the population? Thank you.
Thank you, Marina. Very interesting presentation, a very candid and open presentation where you raised a lot of very, very relevant questions, which I hope we can discuss between the panel and you specifically and the audience at a later stage here today. Our next speaker is Director Sheila Stewart. You come from the Bureau for Crisis Prevention and Recovery, UNDP in New York. And UNDP is obviously an organization with vast experience of capacity building and development. And we have seen closer coordination and cooperation between UNDP and DPKO in recent years. So with that background, we are looking forward to your presentation where you will use some PowerPoint slides as well.
Yeah,
so
great. And I'm going to talk from down here, and I'm going to move around because I fidget, and it's distracting if I'm up there. It's less distracting if I'm down here. Now, what I thought I'd do this afternoon is try and draw together three things coming out of my sort of career in development, if you like. The first job that I had was the CEO of what is called the Masasa Project. And that dealt with violence against women in Zimbabwe, in newly independent Zimbabwe. And that involved extensive work with the Zimbabwe Republic Police, but also as part of that, with a lot of the kind of local governance institutions. So a lot of chiefs, a lot of different parts of the local community on the issue of violence against women. And that organisation is still going. It's on the web if you want to have a look at it. So that's the first bit. The second piece of work that I want to draw into this is, as head of the stabilisation unit, I was in charge of the UK approach to policing. And a lot of what we started to discuss there is what is the appropriate role of police in violence against women or sexual and gender-based violence issues. And then the third issue that I want to sort of draw in is the work that we've been doing in UNDP just recently on the social contract. This notion that governance is a deal between people and the state, and the thoughts about what that means about state building. And so what I really want to do here is try, and it's a bit complicated, so if I might not completely pull it off, but I think it's interesting. I'm going to try and look at policing from a state building perspective. So in other words, if you're trying to create a state out of a context which has been deeply divided ethnically, religiously, or something like that, what does police capacity building mean? And I'm going to use violence against women to try and illustrate some of the questions around capacity building. So I'm going to define capacity building. I'm going to consider what sort of capacities are likely to be needed in peacekeeping situations, i.e. typical peacekeeping situations where you're working in extremely divided societies. And the police are really, in many ways, the first point of contact for many inhabitants and citizens of the state who you're trying to draw back into the general reach of the state and the general governance of the state. I'm going to use a particular focus on sexual and gender-based violence to try and illustrate some of these points, and then I'm going to conclude, if that's possible. So what is capacity building? It's a key element in many international and assistance programs, obviously. It typically seeks to effect improvements in the performance of institutions, usually state agencies or governmental departments. Now, one of the things that I want to say here is I often think that when we're talking about capacity building, we think about organizations and we don't think about institutions. Why is that relevant? It's relevant because institutions carry with them the consent of the population. So a police institution is born out of a vision of a society of how it wants to be policed. And as we all know, it's very difficult to police without the consent of the population. Now, if we treat capacity building purely as efficiency, and purely as an organizational performance improvement tool, we miss the point that actually these are state institutions, and therefore if they're sited in a state where there are hybrid sources of authority, then those state institutions have to acknowledge and carry that with them. And when I was in Somalia just recently, it was very clear that the sort of formal state institutions used the Sharia system or they used the clan justice system just as easily as they used the formal state institutions, and they referred in and out of them. So there wasn't even a particular divide. Cases moved in and out and sometimes back in again, and it was really very interesting. But there was one legal system, and cases went to different places according to what was going on. So, for example, with land, minor clans wanted land issues adjudicated in the formal legal system. Major clans wanted them adjudicated in the clan legal system. So there was even a sense of justice shopping. People were choosing the forums that would work better for them according to how the power distributed. So if you're talking about a state justice institution, it's got to start incorporating all of the other sort of informal sources of authority. The other big mistake we make with capacity building is we talk about it as a goal in itself. So how often have you heard someone say, well, the answer is capacity building? It's not a goal. Building human resources is not a goal. You build a human resource system to get the right people into the right place at the right time. That's the deliverable. Capacity building is not the deliverable. Capacity building is the enabler. And so we need to, so if you just talk about it as a deliverable, you assume a whole bunch of things. You assume it's about efficiency. You're not saying what is needed in this institution, in this context, at this time. So that's kind of, I want to start with those kind of, those two sort of notes about what we mean by capacity building. And therefore, enablers in rule of law institutions look somewhat different from enablers in organizations. It's not just an organization. This is a rule of law institution. It's carrying the sort of weight of the Constitution. It's carrying the weight of expectation in a new society. So those enablers look quite different from just improving organizational efficiency. Okay, so just to sort of say why that matters. The rule of law is underpinned by principles which are critical for an enduring peace. There's three principles which they always reoccur. First of all, government by law, no arbitrary use of power. And of course, the police are very capable of arbitrary uses of power. They don't always do it, but quite often they do. No one is above the law, regardless of wealth or position, not even the police person. And everyone is equal before the law, regardless of ethnicity, religion, gender, sexual orientation, class, whatever. Everyone is equal before the law. And the police as an institution of state need to carry the weight of that in the way that they police. So, and that's just about the UN. So now on to the issue of SGBV. Obviously, this is a growing concern in the international community, but it's not a growing issue. I mean, most of you probably know about the rape of this, the Sabine woman, which happened in, just post-Christian times, but this has been going on forever. So raping, sexual and gender-based violence as a tool as a weapon of war is something that's been with us forever. So the important thing to note here is that actually it may suddenly be occurring to us now that it's an issue, but we're in catch-up mode on this issue. This is not like it suddenly popped up out of the blue. It's important, as I said, because it's always been with us. Second of all, because it's a destabilizer. Once a conflict ceases, if there are sort of massive levels of rape and violence, they keep people feeling unsafe. They mean people don't send their children to school, and quite often it can sort of restart conflicts. Thirdly, it's important for us, particularly in this kind of forum, because the international community is still collapsing what actually represent a lot of tricky policing issues into sort of one category, for example, women's rights or violence against women or something like that. Now, actually, when you start to split these things apart as policing issues, you've got a very tricky issue around rape, very difficult to investigate, very difficult to prove, even trickier issue around sort of rape in war, where the forensics are long gone, the witnesses quite often are frightened. Very tricky issues around kidnapping. And you can see from a policing perspective, there are a host of very complicated and difficult investigatory issues attached to what we lump into sort of one big collapse category of women's rights. Fourth, and we know how serious this is in the kind of context we meet. If DRC hasn't taught us anything, is that this is a major ongoing issue. We saw it in Liberia, we saw it again in Sierra Leone. I mean, it has just kept reoccurring. There's a serious question about whether we're deploying sufficient training and mentoring capacity into these situations. And then finally, the failure to deal with the issues associated with a really significant residual policing problem for the local police that are going to take over. So if you don't deal with it at that time, countries that have come out of a conflict, remain very, very high rates of violence against women afterwards. And that leaves you either with a population that's feeling very unsafe, and quite often you see situations where people don't send their girls to school, and so you're gradually sort of restricting the capacity for development of the society. So you need to deal with it during the time when the international police are present. And then finally, international prosecutions are vastly expensive. So the Sierra Leone Special Court really dealt with very few cases at over $1 million a pop. And there's no domestic jurisdiction that can kind of handle that. So you've got to sort of start upskilling the people that are in that context to deal with those issues. And just to kind of refer back to something that Marina said, when you're thinking about terrorism, when you're thinking about all of those kind of things, are those the things that are really required by the population? We know that there's almost no situation where this doesn't happen. And it was very interesting when I spent a month in Somalia in November, when we started talking to everybody, they identified maritime law, terrorism as the kind of the first problem. So we said, yes, okay, but what else is going on? And then when you actually got talking, they said, well, quite a lot, for example, of the terrorist problem has been taken care of. There's one big issue, there's too many of these people all together in general population in the central prison, but that's the major issue we have to, but what we really need to deal with is the rape. And those figures are going up, and we really need to deal with that. And as soon as you sort of pushed through, you started to hear the story from everybody, right across. And they were very, very concerned about the instability that it was posing. Okay, so in this kind of context, what does police investigation capacity look like? And a lot of what I'm going to say about SGBV applies to other situations where there is gross inequality and abuse across power lines. Okay, so that's why I'm using this as an example. First of all, we need to debunk the notion that capacity building is just about technical skill sets, and I think that Marina talked about that quite considerably. Capacity building is set deep in political contexts where there is a great deal of disempowerment and inequality. So you are teaching people how to operate in that kind of context and how to operate so as to send a different signal in their public life. In their public life is very important. You don't have to persuade people to think differently. And when you work on violence against women with forces like the police, you're not trying to change their minds about how they live their lives personally. You're just trying to say, when you are at work, this is how this police force is going to operate. So you're sort of operating at that kind of level. So long experience of working with the police, and also incidentally this is very much a function of sort of colonialist law in Africa, that the colonialist law imported this division. So all sort of personal matters were not dealt with by the central state, they were dealt with elsewhere. And all sort of, matters that might affect the white population in essence were dealt with by the kind of the central state. So crimes against women are viewed as domestic, they're outside the public sphere, and they're not really seen as a proper police job. Now those attitudes are shifting, but slowly. So capacity building in the area of SGBV needs to focus on establishing that this is an important issue for the police. And the same thing with other kind of equality-related crimes. They matter for the police, and that's important to your capacity building training. And then finally, SGBV crimes are typically underreported because of stigma attached. So one hint of hostility from the police and they will remain underreported. And so a great deal of capacity building around these types of issues is not about skill sets, because SGBV cases fail in police forces in general, not because the investigation is poor, but because nobody gets to open a docket. The case doesn't even get started. It gets can be quite often pushed back at the level of the first report. So, some final reflections on policing institutions in situations of extreme inequality, and then just some reflections on what this means for sort of police capacity building. Most post-crisis or peacekeeping contexts are characterized by high levels of human rights abuse, often accommodated and sometimes abetted or committed by the police forces that we're working with and mentoring. Not always, but sometimes. And they will be the people that were there before. There are very few situations where you're starting with a clean sheet. So how do you engage with that? How do you kind of work with people like that to sort of signal a shift? And I think that's an important question. And so here, the whole matter of demeanour matters hugely. So this is before you sort of get to skills. The way that police deal with the population matters hugely, and the sort of courteous demeanour on the street, use of force when it's appropriate and when it's not appropriate. Those things all matter hugely. I'm not an expert, but as a citizen, I would suggest that this means a commitment to offering services for all, regardless of poverty, ethnicity, etc. And that would look like, one of the key things here I would suggest is the ability to sort of preempt situations before they get out of hand. Okay, and I think this just brings me to my final point, that policing by consent is not an optional extra. So we often treat a great deal of this stuff as something you add on the end, or something you leave for the local police force to sort out. It's something that starts right at the beginning. It's got to sort of be built in. So that's what a state-building approach to policing would tell you. So it's a bread and butter, not the icing on the cake. So policing by the law matters. No arbitrary use of power. No police services above the law, regardless of power and position. And people and citizens are policed as equal before the law, regardless of their ethnicity, religion, gender, class, etc. So there's got to be some sense of kind of inclusivity in the policing. And then I just thought I'd finish off by sort of just mentioning in the police service of Northern Ireland, which was very much started as a response to kind of a very unequal situation, two of the things that are in the ethical code. Policing is an honourable profession that plays an important part in the maintenance of a just and fair society. The people of Northern Ireland have the right to expect the police service to protect their human rights by safeguarding the rule of law and providing a professional police service. And public confidence in the police service is closely related to the attitude and behaviour of police officers towards members of the public, in particular their respect for human rights and fundamental freedoms of individuals. And just to finish off by saying, this probably, if I was a police person who was actually trying to deliver policing in any sort of real context, I would be feeling unbelievably overwhelmed at the end of the seminar, because once you hear the sort of new code, once you hear that it's all political, it seems like an absolutely vast job. But in actual fact, shifts in the way that the police operate towards the public can happen very quickly. And they can happen in advance of the time that it takes you to build real investigatory skills. So a sort of a shift in the demeanour of the police is something that can happen early, and it can win confidence quite quickly. So in actual fact, it can be an important part of an early platform towards building more acceptance and confidence in the new police force. And then just one final note on this whole question of state building. As the evidence grows, it's becoming more and more and more apparent that the key ingredient that is missing at the beginning of these processes is public confidence. Now, public confidence is related to delivery of the goods. There's no doubt about it. But public confidence is also very closely related to demeanour, to a sense of fairness, and to some sort of ability by a police force to communicate, look, we're not there yet. And in contexts like Somalia, the police are not even going to be present in a lot of places for some time. But some kind of sense of communicating and explaining to the public, look, we're not there yet, but we will be in due course, and this is what you can expect for now. So some sort of attempt to kind of reach out and reassure and then sort of live up to the goals that you're setting is actually not impossible to do, and very, very important in the early days. Thank you very much for listening to me. And
thank you very much, Sheila, for a very engaged and a crystal clear presentation on your subject, where you talked us through the definition of capacity building, and also spoke about, which I found personally very interesting, the key principles, let's say the minimum standards, whether can be no room for compromises ever when we're doing capacity buildings.
Sorry about You need to carry on through to the good ones. There. No, that's a bad one. More? Okay. That's just a show of pictures of sort of good and bad in the policing situation.
Yeah.
From what you said, I could have shown it.
I will now turn to the final speaker, and today's final speaker is a representative for a host country that has faced serious catastrophes and has been on the receiving end of major UN peace operations. And the speaker has first-hand experience being in a leadership position in a police organization under development and with support from the UN. And I would like to introduce to you Inspector General and Director of Cabinet, Monsieur Jean-Lionel Tressil of the Haiti National Police. Please take the floor.
Merci. Je suis désolé d'intervenir en français. J'ai voulu le faire en anglais, mais j'ai l'impression que en français, je serai plus à l'aise de partager avec l'assistance et les expériences que mon pays connaît depuis quelque temps avec les deux différentes missions de paix qui se sont succédées en Haïti entre 1994 et je dirais 2004. Et la présentation que je vais vous faire aujourd'hui comporte une historique du rôle de l'ONU en matière de réforme de la police. Et dans un second temps, on va voir les premiers pas de la mission des Nations Unies, connue sous le nom de MINUSTA, sur la réforme de la police nationale d'Haïti. Ensuite, on verra les efforts actuels de la MINUSTA pour le développement de la PNH, la police nationale haïtienne. Plus loin, on verra l'adoption du plan de développement 2012-2016 de la police nationale d'Haïti. Ensuite, la police des Nations Unies dans le cadre des opérations de paix en Haïti. Et en sixième position, on va avoir le mandat de la mission des Nations Unies, le mandat de la MINUSTA. Et pour conclure, on verra ensemble les leçons à tirer dans le cadre de ces différentes missions de paix qui se sont succédées, comme je l'ai dit tantôt, en Haïti entre 1994 et 2004. Ok, on va en premier lieu voir et faire un regard en arrière, jeter un regard en arrière sur le rôle des Nations Unies en matière de police en Haïti. Et la mission des Nations Unies en Haïti, à travers une première mission que nous avons connue dans le pays, dénommée MINUA, remonte à septembre 1993 et a duré de 1993 à 1996. Et comme vous le savez, le président Aristide, qui était fraîchement élu président de la République d'Haïti, a été investi du pouvoir par un coup d'État sanglant et il a dû prendre l'exil. Et la situation sécuritaire, sociale du pays était devenue tellement chaotique d'autant que la communauté internationale luttait pour qu'il revienne au pouvoir, les Nations Unies ont dû déployer une première mission en Haïti et cette mission justement est arrivée en septembre 1993 pour préparer le retour du président Aristide qui allait se faire un mois plus tard. Cette mission a donc duré de septembre 1993 à juin 1996. Et c'est cette mission justement qui, parce qu'au retour du président Aristide, l'armée, qui était la seule institution de sécurité du pays, a été démantelée. Et il fallait rapidement créer une force pour garantir la sécurité du pays. Et c'est justement cette première mission qui avait transformé certains éléments de l'armée en policiers et qui ont assuré la sécurité du pays en attendant la création d'une police qui n'allait pas tarder à venir. C'est ainsi que le 12 juin 1995, la police nationale d'Haïti a été créée et les premiers éléments, les premières promotions commençaient à sortir grâce à une formation que prodiguait l'ONU et également le Canada. Certains de nos officiers étaient formés au Canada et d'autres étaient formés en Haïti avec des instructeurs des Nations Unies. Et ensuite, après 1995, date de la sortie, période de la sortie des premières promotions de la police, nous avons vu la mission des Nations Unies changer en Manu, et cette mission a duré de juillet 1996 à juillet 1997, juste un an. Et elle est donc devenue une mission d'appui des Nations Unies en Haïti, connue sous le nom de Manu. Puis après, il y a eu, à partir de août 1997, une nouvelle mission, toujours dans le même cadre, mais cette fois-ci, cette mission, enfin la mission des Nations Unies allait changer de nom pour devenir MITNU, et cette mission a duré entre août et novembre 1997. Plus loin, une mission de police civile des Nations Unies en Haïti, connue sous le nom de MIPONU, et qui allait durer entre décembre 1997 et mars 2000. Et enfin, une dernière mission, celle de la mission civile internationale d'appui des Nations Unies, MICA, qui a duré jusqu'en 2001. Là, comme on peut le voir, et la mission des Nations Unies, la première mission des Nations Unies a duré de septembre 1994 à plus ou moins février 2001. Et vous devez aussi le savoir, et le président Aristide, lorsqu'il est revenu, il a accompli son premier mandat. Il a passé le temps qui lui restait après son exil au pouvoir. Après, il a organisé des élections et son dauphin a eu le pouvoir. 5 ans après, il est revenu à la charge et s'est présenté une nouvelle fois aux élections et il a été réélu président en 2001. Et c'est justement à ce moment-là que les vrais problèmes allaient commencer. Et tandis que la mission des Nations Unies a fait ses bagages, a fait sa valise et a dû partir. Apparemment, ce n'est pas la bonne présentation. Je dois vous signaler que j'aurai 2 interventions à faire dans ce cadre-là. J'ai l'impression que c'est l'autre présentation qui est sur l'écran. De toute façon, je vais essayer je ne vais pas être long, mais je vais essayer à partir de mes documents de vous faire. Voilà. Voilà, ça c'est la bonne. Et au slide 3, nous allons voir les premiers pas de la mission des Nations Unies et sur la réforme de la police nationale bien sûr. Le 29 mars 2004, a été déployée en Haïti une force intérimaire conduite par les États-Unis pour assurer la sécurité et stabiliser le terrain en vue de faire revenir la paix en Haïti suite au départ précipité du président Aristide, encore une fois, pour l'exil à la suite d'un grave soulèvement populaire. Et cette mission allait durer plus ou moins 2 mois. Et le 1er juin 2004, les Nations Unies allait déployer une autre mission, une mission des Nations Unies pour remplacer celle conduite par les Américains, connue sous le nom de MINUSTA, et grâce à la résolution 1529 du Conseil de sécurité des Nations Unies. Le 22 février 2005, un accord sur le diagnostic, la restructuration et la réforme de la police nationale d'Haïti allait être trouvé entre les autorités haïtiennes et la mission des Nations Unies en place sur le territoire haïtien. Plus loin, le 18 août 2006, un plan dit plan de réforme de la police nationale d'Haïti, encore une fois grâce aux efforts de la mission des Nations Unies, a été adopté par le gouvernement haïtien. Et plus loin, entre mars et septembre 2008, à nouveau, il y a eu des troubles sociopolitiques qui ont secoué le pays. Et nous avons connu entre le 3 et le 12 avril 2008 ce que nous appelons les émeutes de la faim et qui a réduit à néant les efforts qui étaient jusque-là consentis. Et cela ne suffisait pas. Et le glas allait être sonné lorsque le 12 janvier, un terrible tremblement de terre a pratiquement ruiné tous les efforts qui étaient jusque-là consentis par le peuple haïtien ainsi que la communauté internationale à travers la mission des Nations Unies. Le 31 décembre 2011 a donc vu la fin du plan de réforme 2006-2011. Vous comprendrez que les objectifs n'ont pas pu être atteints en raison de toutes les difficultés que j'ai mentionnées antérieurement. Émeutes de la faim, et tremblements de terre, etc. Et c'est finalement à 25% que les objectifs du plan de réforme 2006-2011 ont donc été atteints. On va voir les... Je ne sais pas si c'est le bon slide. Hein. Les efforts de la MINUSTA et pour le développement de la police nationale d'Haïti. Et ces efforts se trouvent justement dans ce que nous appelons, vu qu'au 31 décembre 2011, le plan de réforme 2006-2011 est arrivé à sa fin, et rapidement il fallait se mettre au travail pour venir avec un autre plan, cette fois-ci le plan de développement 2012-2016. Et le 6 février 2012, ce plan allait être adopté et par les autorités haïtiennes ainsi que la communauté internationale, tandis que les bailleurs de fonds, le 6 février 2014, ont organisé des rencontres en vue d'obtenir des fonds pour la mise en œuvre de ce plan de développement 2012-2016. Le temps restant pour la réalisation du plan, 34 mois, afin de trouver des fonds pour le temps restant pour la réalisation de ce plan, soit les 34 mois. Le plan a progressé cette fois-ci à 41,14%, tandis que 36% du coût de la réforme a déjà été débloqué, soit environ 494,88 millions de dollars. Les 64%, soit 858 millions de dollars restants, doivent être décaissés sur les 3 prochaines années pour la réalisation financière du plan de réforme. OK. Et au 6e slide, nous allons voir la politique des Nations Unies dans le cadre des opérations de paix en Haïti. Dans le cadre de ces opérations, les Nations Unies ont un double rôle. Un rôle direct et un rôle indirect. Dans le rôle direct, il s'agit de renforcer, de conduire et d'assister le peuple, mais de façon plus précise, la PNH dans l'exécution de sa mission. Vous n'êtes pas sans savoir que la police nationale d'Haïti, c'est la seule institution en dehors de la force étrangère qui est sur le territoire, mais c'est la seule institution haïtienne qui garantit la sécurité du territoire haïtien. Et le deuxième rôle, qui est un rôle de support, c'est ce que nous appelons le rôle indirect des Nations Unies. Il s'agit dans ce cas-là de conseiller, de guider, d'entraîner, d'épurer, de réformer, de restructurer et de reconstruire. Au slide 7, nous allons voir le mandat de la MINUSTAH, le mandat de la mission des Nations Unies pour la stabilisation d'Haïti. Et la MINUSTAH a un mandat qu'on peut diviser en 7 étapes. Et premièrement, promouvoir le développement durable en Haïti. Ensuite, appuyer et supporter le développement politique. Troisièmement, renforcer les institutions haïtiennes. Quatrièmement, supporter le processus électoral. Cinquièmement, améliorer la règle de droit, l'état de droit. Maintenir un environnement sûr et stable. Et enfin, assurer le développement et l'opérationnalité de la PNH. Fort de toutes ces considérations, nous pouvons dire que nous avons des leçons à tirer. Nous en avons tiré et nous avons d'autres leçons encore à tirer. Et nous voulons parler, par exemple, du développement de la police nationale d'Haïti qui doit nécessairement passer par un leadership local, c'est-à-dire la police nationale d'Haïti et le Conseil supérieur de la police nationale. C'est un conseil c'est une entité en fait qui chapeaute la police nationale d'Haïti et qui est constitué du Premier ministre, du ministre de la Justice, du ministre de l'Intérieur, du chef de la police et de l'inspecteur général chef de la police. Donc c'est ce Conseil supérieur de la police qui gère en quelque sorte la police. Donc nous disons que le développement de la police doit passer nécessairement par un leadership local. Deuxièmement, nous croyons également que la quantité de UNPOL, des policiers des Nations Unies déployés, est utile à la nation haïtienne, mais l'attention devrait surtout être portée sur la qualité des nouveaux déployés. L'amélioration de la qualité des cadres autochtones par la formation nécessaire et la garantie du développement du leadership local. C'est-à-dire, non seulement, il faut diriger nos choix vers des policiers plus compétents, mais également qu'ils s'impliquent dans la formation de la police locale pour que l'ONU n'ait pas à revenir dans 10 ans. Je vous l'ai dit antérieurement, une mission de l'ONU était en Haïti entre 1993 et a laissé le territoire en 2001 pour y revenir en 2004, moins de 4 ans après la sortie de la première mission. Donc il faut que l'on puisse former des policiers, il faut qu'on puisse avoir des policiers de qualité qui doivent nous aider à former une vraie police haïtienne de sorte que l'ONU n'ait pas à revenir encore après quelques années. Et il y a aussi un besoin de solides mécanismes de coordination entre le gouvernement, la police nationale, la mission des Nations Unies et les bailleurs de fonds. Vous n'êtes pas sans savoir qu'Haïti est un pays pauvre, extrêmement pauvre, et il compte beaucoup sur l'assistance de ses amis, des pays amis, les bailleurs, et justement, il faut une coordination entre ces différentes entités qui opèrent en même temps sur le territoire haïtien. Quatrièmement, La limite des efforts déployés pour l'amélioration des capacités de l'institution nécessite le renforcement du cadre légal, notamment la loi portant création, organisation et fonctionnement de la police nationale d'Haïti. La police nationale d'Haïti a été créée en 1994 au retour du président Aristide de l'exil. Et il y avait à ce moment-là un besoin de se défaire de l'armée qui était plutôt une armée qui agissait très mal envers la population. Lorsqu'on a créé la police nationale d'Haïti, il y a beaucoup de facteurs sur lesquels on n'a pas misé, il y a beaucoup de détails qu'on n'a pas pu prendre en compte. Et aujourd'hui, la police nationale d'Haïti doit se restructurer et c'est ce qui est proposé ici. Et à travers la loi portant création, organisation et fonctionnement de cette entité. Et ensuite, il faut maintenir un environnement sûr et stable et ceci constitue la clé de progrès des efforts de développement de la BNH. Et enfin, il faut penser à organiser à évaluer périodiquement et à contrôler les différents progrès que l'institution policière réalise. Donc c'est ici que se termine ma modeste présentation sur le sujet qui m'a été parti. Je vous remercie de votre attention et suis disponible à répondre à vos questions. Merci.
Thank you very much for a very touchy presentation from a representative from a host state that has, and probably still is, suffering enormously from your history and also from the awful earthquake that struck you a couple of years ago. Time is running, and I think I will open up the floor for a continued discussion directly. So.
Okay, colleagues, thank you very much. Welcome back to our final wrap-up session. We're still coordinating amongst ourselves about how we're going to, the order that we're going to take our last session in, but seeing that possession is 9/10 of the law, I'll just dictate, seeing that I've got the mic on. But I think as the co-hosts between the Challengers Forum and NUPI, we should perhaps ask Andrew first to reflect on what he heard this morning and how that fits into the larger strategic guidance framework process, which is the unit that he leads responsible for, and the linkage between the strategic guidance framework thematic meeting that starts tomorrow and that many of the people here will be involved in as well. And then perhaps I'll say something and then I'll give over to Henrik to say the final word. Thank you.
Cedric, thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I usually introduce myself by saying I'm one of the fastest speakers of the English language, not working as an auctioneer. So I'll try and slow down for the sake of the interpreters. The short answer, the very short answer is all of your questions will be answered by the strategic guidance framework. Okay, so thank you.
Thank you, Andrew.
Yeah.
We're going to fly back tomorrow.
But the point is, I and my team can't do this without you, your countries, your police, your academics, your researchers. So this is something that we have to do together. There's a lot of questions. There's also a lot of instability. We often show graphs of the number of police growing exponentially. It's the fastest growing element. And sometimes, we mistakenly think that's a good thing. Police have a bigger role. Unfortunately, what it means is the world is becoming more and more unstable with messy little conflicts. So we've heard just recently from Jean Yonel about Haiti. Now, one of the fundamental questions why did we deploy, I use we as the international community, deploy all of those soldiers, sailors, airmen, marines to a country which didn't have a conflict as we understand it, which has no external threat? The Dominican Republic was mentioned. It's not massing on the Haitian borders. And I don't mean to be disparaging to military colleagues. We deployed military because they were available. Why didn't we deploy police? Because police have a day job. They are deployed protecting our own communities on our own streets. Policing is still essentially domestic. If your country has, in its basic recruit academy training, a lecture on international policing and perhaps future potential opportunities to police overseas, please raise your hand now. Okay, so we've got Norway, we've got Australia, and the other gentleman, I'm not sure, Sweden. Okay, I will take Sweden to task later for that course you run, which is allegedly the UN command course, which asterisk trademark. So we have 3. Okay, that's actually much better than I was expecting. The question which we'll be faced with by future generations, will we be ready for the next mission? Some might say it's already on our doorstep, it's in the Central African Republic, and people in New York are talking about it's going to be a police mission. Now, with the special powers that I have in my little crystal ball, we most probably hear a figure of 1,800 police officers and 10,000 soldiers going into the Central African Republic for a police mission. So, ladies and gentlemen, how do we change this? How do we ensure, where do we generate these police entities, this police expertise? I look to Robert Gordon, and I fully endorse his proposal, which will be reflected in the minutes, I hope, where he said there needs to be a Department of UN Policing. I heard that very distinctly. Not in a police entity in the Department of Peacekeeping Operations, because that does limit the view. All of our policing component within the UN is in the Department of Peacekeeping Operations, paid for by the support account. So, on one hand, our focus should only be on those 12, soon to be 13, peacekeeping operations mandated by the Security Council. But what of the 7 Department of Political Affairs special political missions and their 3 offices, which also contain police? Funded and resourced from where? You heard from my colleague Sheila Stewart, who is our partner in the global focal point. The global focal point for police, justice and corrections, whereby any UN member state can now pick up the big red phone, call GFP for support on police, justice and corrections. So we're now talking about support to non-mission settings, which is great. No longer is the police division's expertise limited. I will give you a real-life example where a former UN police advisor had to turn away a member state who was asking for police assistance because that country had not gone through conflict. It was in a pre-conflict fragile state. This is stupid, yes? Our grandparents teach us, a stitch in time saves 9. But to actually have to say, well, just come back in 2 years when your country, your community, your people have been ripped asunder by conflict, which will take generations to try and repair. But when you've gone through that horrific situation, come back and see us, and then, you're a legitimate client. So with the global focal point, we now have a mechanism, but we don't have the resources. There's still, as we sit here today, the Special Committee on Peacekeeping Operations, sitting in New York, wants to hear about what we're doing on policing in post-conflict peacekeeping operations. So there's a huge need for international policing expertise. But the question is, we can't keep on with ad hoc solutions where we experiment, getting it wrong more times than we get it right. And on those occasions when we get it right, where do we deposit those lessons identified so that they can be learned and operationalized for the future? Again, the answer will be the strategic guidance framework. So, yes, in Robert's future Department of Policing, I can see there will be an office on drugs and crime. the 2 UN conventions on transnational organized crime, on corruption. I downgraded Department of Safety and Security to the Office of Safety and Security, and then an Office of Peace Operations. Yeah? I take the Chatham House rule and take it to the edge, yes, and so it's often fall over. But we have to deal with this. You know, is it the right place? Not for me to say. In terms of transnational organized crime, we don't get a choice in this. There's serious and organized crime everywhere. If we are supporting the development of host state police agencies, we don't just support them to deal with the nice, easy types of crime. It has to be holistic. Yep. This King Solomon decision of, are we doing personal safety of the individual from the citizen, or public safety writ large through state security? In Marina's paper, she correctly used the terms and then ignored them. Where is Marina, by the way? Thank you. Okay, so one point, which I take away, community-oriented policing. That's the definition. Yeah, that's the terminology. Okay, another looking into the future. That gives us an orientation of service, which David Bailey always talks about. The most powerful thing is a citizen can make a phone call and get a uniformed, armed, in most cases, representative of the state to come and sort out your problem, which may be criminal or not. But at the other hand of the spectrum, we need intelligence-led policing to identify what are the most serious criminal threats to the state. Not individual, but our community. And if I have my PowerPoint, and this is one of the rare occasions that I speak without PowerPoint, you'd have the little box and a line going through it. And then you put the bell curve in the middle, and that's where we need to be. We need a balance of these two things. It's not one or the other. We mentioned displacement. I think it's for Rafi to explain why your projects from South America are not working in West Africa, because my project in West Africa is based not on the South America, but South Pacific. We took it from the Australians, the New Zealanders, and it's working perfectly, just not widely enough. So I'll leave that to Rafi to go to this evening and over drinks. And then we have to rethink security in the 21st century. We talk about global economy, global this, global that. Your borders are no longer your first line of defense, they are your last. We have to allow a little bit of militarization in our thinking to talk about a forward deployment of your police. One police officer taken from any of your metropolitan districts will most probably not be noticed by the citizens of that city. But putting that experienced police officer as a force multiplier on the front lines will have a huge effect in countries which are recovering from conflict or are fragile. Why? I don't think we have any colleagues from Colombia, but I mean, their recent past, horrific. All of that lessons which have been learned by them and applied. Do we really want to walk away from West Africa and say, you need an African solution to an international problem because you live in the wrong neighborhood? The problems of organized crime are global, nothing to do with Africa apart from being in a convenient place. And why should we leave our West African colleagues to say, no, you can sit back and spend the next 20 years relearning the lessons that the Colombians could deliver within 24 hours, 48 hours. And I give you one example. The Colombians, and these are the Colombians, operating with impunity, wandering around, no countermeasures because police in West Africa had no countermeasures. In Sierra Leone, what did? We put a Colombian police officer in the airport. The immediate effect is criminal profiling at its best. Him, because I arrested him 5 years ago. Her, because she's wearing the skimpy dress, and those aren't artistic tattoos, but they're gang tattoos. Can you imagine the ripple effect when you have a Colombian police officer who says, Eduardo, over here, you're arrested. Okay, because organized crime is really organized. That message got back immediately. No longer can we play without an opposing force in West Africa. What happened? They transferred operations to another West African country that we don't have a footprint in. But we can make an effect. So I'm asking for small numbers of police officers from your communities. Not because it's a nice thing to do, well it is, but it's also about your security as well. You can't hide behind the wall. Okay. So with that, the lasting question would be, if a country has a non-military crisis in the next 5 years, 10 years, 15 years, 20 years, will we be ready? And what is it that we can do? Well, firstly, together we can collect the knowledge which we already have. As colleagues and presenters have mentioned earlier, the UN has been in this business since 1960. We've learned a lot of things, but we've never collected them, we've never organized them, we haven't analyzed, we haven't disseminated them and put them in the hands of the practitioners in a method which they want. The speechwriter of Margaret Thatcher has a nice little catchword, which is, if they haven't heard it, you haven't said it. So, if the practitioners are not using it, you, the academics, have not written it. Or you might as well have not written it. And we have to marry this thing. John Stamness this morning spoke about this division between the practitioners and academics. Otto, who's still there, and Gordon Peake, who's known to many of you, wrote a nice little article about this division, and it was called "Our Reports Are Not Read and Our Recommendations Are Resisted." We need to overcome that. If you haven't read it, just download it. I think Otto gets 25 cents per copy, yeah? So, but if we work together, tomorrow, so I think this was a very good, starting, get people's, minds loosened. Tomorrow we have our first thematic meeting for the strategic guidance framework, where we look at how do we organize our efforts so that when men and women are sent overseas, they know what they're doing. Better efficiencies. For the host state, they will be empowered because they will, for the first time, know what they're supposed to receive. And what we're talking about is generics. That's the other thing, ladies and gentlemen. We can't overthink this. I won't embarrass people by saying how many people are wearing tailor-made outfits as opposed to I bought it off the shelf. Police peacekeeping is paramedic policing. We can't afford or have the space for everybody's blood type. So we will have blood group O and plasma. It's about stabilizing, not perfection, but effective and fair policing and criminal justice, because we're in that peacekeeping phase. The long-term elective cosmetic surgery can be done, but that's done by somebody else. So focus, peacekeeping. Yeah, enough to stabilize. The other thing, particular thanks to the colleagues from the Challenges Forum, because this marks policing's coming of age. Okay? I looked at Annika to correct me that Challenges has been in existence for 17 years? 18, even better. So then the symbolism is correct. So it is 18 years, and from that time policing has come up, and this is the first ever 100 police-focused meeting. Not just a part of an integrated, but now we have our seat at the table where we have a meeting on policing. And I've said this is not to exclude the military and the civilians, but we need to get the policing act together so that we can be a better partner, so that the military and the civilians don't need to do policing. So with that, thank you to our colleagues from NUPI. Thank you very much. And we look forward to seeing many of you, not only at tomorrow's event, but also in the coming years as we develop this guidance framework together. And that will provide you the answers to all of the lingering questions, I promise you. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Andrew. I'm glad some of us still have faith in bureaucracy and policy processes, so that's very good. Colleagues, no, seriously, just a reflection from me on the day we had together. I think it has been very useful. We started this morning hearing from a number of colleagues, including Assistant Secretary General Titov, about where we are today in terms of the developments with international policing and where that fits into the larger process when it comes to peacekeeping. And we continued with that theme, especially in the first session, where we looked at the role of international police, and we focused on organized crime in our second session, and on capacity building and development in our last session this afternoon. I think I like the combination between a number of people who looked at this more from a reflective, academic research, if you like, perspective. We had a number of practitioners with us. We were blessed to have Commissioners Paneras and Yiga with us from South Sudan and from Darfur. We also had my family member, uncle and brother, Philip de Koenig, from the Sahel and Niger mission. Thomas J spoke quite a bit about Liberia. So I think we had our colleague from Haiti. So I think we also managed to look at a number of specific cases, which I think was very useful to link those cases with the larger themes that were being addressed. A few things came up again and again. I think a number of them related to relationships. I think first of all, the tensions, but the necessary need also for the relationship between the international and the local, which is absolutely embedded in our theory about peace operations and the role of police and capacity building and development. So the appropriate role of the international versus the appropriate role of the local, the importance of local ownership, the importance of local context, the importance of our local counterparts setting the priorities and the international community supporting that. But also the fact that without that international support, as we've heard from many of the cases and examples that were given, that the necessary progress would not have been made. So finding that right balance is something that we came to again and again. There was also a lot of discussion about the coordination amongst the various international actors, especially in the context of organized crime. We spoke about the fact that, and as Andrew just said, within peace operations, the police have a particular role, but that's just an element within a larger process of security sector reform, and an element within a larger context of rule of law, and specifically when it comes to organized crime, involving other colleagues from appropriate institutions like perhaps UNODC, Interpol, etc. And the cooperation between the United Nations, European Union, African Union, other regional organizations and institutions, this is all critical. And we all came back again and again also to the issue of donor coordination, the importance of resource mobilization, but also the challenges inherent in that. And I think with all of these relationships, what we find is that these tensions are recurring because they are built into those relationships. They are inherent and deep-seated. And we are not going to find some silver bullet that's going to resolve those tensions. But there's value in pursuing and working on those relationships all the time. And we've heard from the various cases that from time to time we seem to do better, finding the right process or finding the right context. Other cases perhaps we do less better, but there's value in continuing to pursue those relationships. Especially when it came to capacity building and development, I think some key things that I picked up that I thought was very important was coming back to the importance of understanding this whole process as being political and not technical, and therefore understanding the context, being sensitive to the things we can do that can have negative unintended consequences or side effects, and also being sensitive to issues of state, non-state actors. I think that was another interesting recurring theme that came up from time to time. And I really liked the lessons learned principles that our colleague from Haiti put up on the slide in the end. I mean, in a sense, for me, that was a good summary of the fact that this is not a blank sheet of paper. This is something we've been doing for a while, and we can look and reflect on what are the lessons that we've learned, and those can inform our process of going ahead. And I think this is really where the value of the strategic guidance framework process comes to the fore, and where the focusing on these various themes come to the fore, so that we can really identify the core principles, the lessons learned, the best practices that can help us to ensure that next time around, when the next challenge comes, we are able to perhaps understand better how we can go about delivering the services that are expected of us. I know that Henrik is going to especially say thank you to all of you, but from my side I just want to thank especially the Challenges Forum that partnered with us in hosting this event, and our colleagues and especially the United Nations who worked very closely with us in preparing and organizing this event. So let me hand over to Henrik for some of the final words. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that. And before I go into what I plan to say, I promise to just go a little bit through the program so there is clarity about what's happening next. As you know, tonight there will be the official buffet reception starting at 7 o'clock. It will be in the restaurant where we had lunch, and we will be joined by those who are arriving today to be part of the SGF meeting the coming days. So we'll be quite a big group, and I think it will be very interesting to mingle with these newcomers arriving. Dress code I got a question on, and here I will actually turn to Cedric. Do we have anything said on dress code for tonight?
I think flip-flops and t-shirts is out. It's probably safe to say. But other than that, smart casual business dress I think is quite fine.
Perfect, thank you for that. And then for tomorrow, we will merge the two meetings in the morning. So everybody who has attended today are also welcome, and I would like to see all of you attend the morning session of the SGF thematic meeting. We will hear, of course, Andrew explain a lot about the SGF process, and I promise you it is quite interesting for those of you who haven't heard it yet to listen to Andrew who with a lot of creativity and passion explain what the SGF thematic or the whole process is actually about. So please join us, even if you have planned to do something else tomorrow morning, please join us for the morning session. After lunch, or sorry, now I better check so I'm not saying anything wrong. After lunch, that is correct. That's when we part our ways. Those who are Challenges partners will then at 1:30 after lunch be transported from this hotel to the NUPI office where there will be a Challenges partners meeting. That will start at 2 o'clock and continue until 5 o'clock tomorrow. So then that's when Challenges partners will go into their separate meeting and do separate work on thematic issues and so forth. But the rest of you, I assume everybody, the rest, are welcome to attend the thematic meeting of the SGF. So I hope that is clear, and if you have any questions, please go to any of NUPI colleagues or Challenges Forum Secretariat, and we will answer and clarify things. Having said that, I think this has been a wonderful day. I hope you share my understanding and my feeling about the day, that it's been really, really interesting. We have heard so many excellent speakers talk about really critical police issues. And I'm really pleased that we have seen a combination of a Challenges Partner Research Seminar with Police Experts Seminar, merging together to try to put the police issues in the bigger context, trying to see the emerging and evolving role of police, and as I see it, the more critical role that police must have in complementarity with other actors in the future missions that we see evolving and happening, possibly in Central African Republic, and I'm sure in other places as well. I will not say much about that more, because I'm sure you're quite stuffed with thinking, ideas, conclusions, opinions. But I must say something. I must thank Norway for deciding to host this meeting. I must say thank you to NUPI, thank you to the Norwegian government, to the Norwegian police to be associated with this critical meeting. I want to say thank you to the background paper authors, William Dirch, Vibke Hansen and Marina Caparini, for excellent papers. I've heard so many people say that these background papers have been extremely good. And so that I am very happy about, and I really want you to feel the appreciation for those papers. We've had 3 good chairs of sessions. Cedric chaired one, Ingrid Dagestad from Norwegian Police chaired the second one, and my colleague Henrik Malmqvist from Sweden chaired the one, and I think that was excellent. Thank you very much for volunteering to do that. That has been excellent. We had very good speakers. I won't mention you by name. You know who you are. Everybody know who you are. But you did a very, very good job. So thank you for that. We've had people who have not been maybe so visible, but have done an incredible work to make this seminar happen. I want to mention Paul Trust, Lotte Vermey, and Melinda Bernard of NUPI. Thank you so much for all the work to make this happen. Andrea Rabus and Anna Victorson from the Challenges Forum Secretariat, who has also done a lot of work to make this happen. I want to thank Andrew and all the DPKL colleagues, because we have cooperated a lot in preparation to make this happen. And without the good cooperation and the good exchange of ideas to conceptualize what we want to do here, it wouldn't have happened in the same good way. So I hope this good cooperation will continue. So with these words, I'm almost coming to an end. I just want to say also a word saying thank you for the support from Annika Hilding Norberg for this idea. Because policing as such is an issue that is emerging, and I think it was a very good decision by Annika to say, yes, it is a good idea that we focus on policing, and we do an extra effort now to bring up these issues on the surface and discuss them in a very focused seminar. So I want to say thank you for the support in all this. With those words, I'm ready to conclude what I was planning to say. So thank you to all the participants for all your active contributions. I mean, you are generally the final, so to say, line in the ground in successful seminar or not. Without your active interaction, we would not have such a vivid discussion as we've had today. So thank you to you also. And see you tonight.